afternoon and welcome to our coverage. We are RC Racing TV and we are very proud to be bringing you coverage of the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy B European Championships live from Sachs in Spain. My name is Matt McCallum and I'm here with this guy, Mr. Frank McKinney.
Hello.
We'd like to thank X-Ray, Hot Race, Mebo Sport, S-Works, T-Works and Techno for being with us on this live stream, and of course EFRA. Make sure you join the EFRA broadcast channel for this event, because that's where all the latest info is for you. And oh, hello, there's Keenan. We said, did we not say? I did say I'd warn him. I did say I would warn you.
Well, I would have thought that the talking and saying hello to everyone worldwide would be the warning enough.
I was just sharing. Good morning, good afternoon. Buenas tardes, everybody.
Buenas tardes indeed, Keenan. Mr. Lefty, Mr. No Name RC podcast coming to us live from the Dominican Republic. It is Lefty the Great. How grateful we are to you for being on board with us this afternoon for the control practice coverage live from Sachs. How are you doing, sir?
Well, I am fine. Thank you guys for having me. Was a little bit preempted early start for me, but I am ready to go.
You think this is early? You wait till tomorrow when the track opens at 8
a.m. local
Spanish time, which is 7 a.m. UK time, which is hella early, Dominican Republic time.
Early. But hey, at least you've avoided the hurricane, right?
That was not a problem. That was very far south of the island. Very far south. But thank you. We have Carlos out there doing some grooming.
Doing some track work.
We do, and there are our Spanish compatriots, our colleagues over in Spain working for iCar. Thank you so much to iCar for bringing us this stream. I'm sure they are bringing in and hailing the beginning of control practice. There's been free practice so far.
Yes, so 3 rounds of control free practice have been run this morning, starting at 8:30 local time. They've just watered the track, and we've seen, it looks like, are they? No, it's not a flag, is it? That's a broom. I thought they were going to be doing like straight into the opening ceremony. I'm like, that's a little bit early, isn't it? But anyway, yes, so they've done that. They're going to be watering the track at various times during the day. We've got the schedule is on the website for that.
And a very good friend Laura on screen right now from Buggyland as well. One of the organisers of Buggyland.
Yeah, lots of Portuguese racers there. So hopefully we'll be talking to one of them later on. There's our pit lane cam with the like separations and stuff. You see all the dirt and muck that gets thrown up from the pit lane.
When this shot happens, when the buggies come under this, it's quite exciting because they shake the camera, which is a really, really cool shot. So we'll have that soon, and you'll see fuel stops. You'll see everything from
clear
this track.
Skies and sunny all weekend long, I think. So no chance of hurricane there.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But this is probably why Spain is producing some of the fastest young up-and-coming racers in the world, because they pretty much have sunshine.
Great racing conditions, basically. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. So this track is RC Sachs, located in Alicante. I had no idea that Alicante even had a track, so I was told about this. So
it has 2
I might
tracks.
go check it out when I get.
Well, apart from Radovan.
Okay.
There's a lot of Nitro Buggy racing happening this year from this region, as there was last year and the year before. We keep coming back, and I tell you, Alicante.
We love it so much there.
Favorite places in the world to be. Actually,
absolutely fabulous.
It is fabulous. So yeah, obviously, no surprise to anyone that we will be back in Radovan, which is not a million miles from where these guys are right now. But we're going to Chile before that, of course, for the European Championships.
Chile,
the home track of
Davide.
Ongaro. And Mr. Ongaro is trackside, and we will be talking to him very soon. There's a host of A-listers, right, Lefty? A host of A-listers pitching in. They're not allowed to race, of course. Not allowed to race. We can talk about the rules there.
Top 3 if you've been in the top 3 finals of a Euro A championship, you are not allowed to race in the Euro B championship. So a lot of them, we're saying like Ongaro, Batye, and Figueiredo, lots of these drivers are present, but they're not racing. They're helping mechanic and representing the various brands. And there you can see the watering on the track. Some pretty. It did the website what was it? The website for the track said that it's automatic watering system. So I thought there'd be like literally like sprinklers come up. We've seen those at some tracks, but
automatically these people come out with hose pipes.
Automatically the club members come out. It's like, here we go. Get to work, guys.
They're very well programmed.
Yeah.
I agree, Frank. I thought it had automatic watering too, and I was like, well, that's pretty impressive. But there's some sprinklers there, so maybe I guess this
maybe the majority of the track, but they're doing looks like specifically the racing areas. So I don't know, but just look it up. Radovan, the home track of the Balder brothers down in Alicante, they're about 48 minutes from Sachs, which is on camera now. So it's very, very close by. I mean, imagine if you live in that area. Not only do you have the great weather, great food, great beaches, and big cities on the coast and everything, you have 2 amazing tracks within an hour of each other. It's a bit like Southern California back in the glory days. So, yeah.
And then about 4 hours away, you have Buggy and Madrid.
Yeah. And then Barcelos, well, a little bit further away. But, yeah. Great stuff. So yeah, can't wait to see these guys out in action. Lots of young racers have come up through the years. Racing, we saw. We'll be playing through some great clips of racers from the past Euro B championships. Already getting first racers getting started.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you are watching along and commenting along, then thank you very much. Why don't you interact with us? Why don't you put your thoughts, your pick for who you think might do well at this event into the comments. There's comments flowing in already. People discussing, is this in the UK? No, we're in the UK. Lefty's in Dominican Republic, and the track is in Spain. And it looks like some buggies are about to be released.
Yeah.
I will just say, have a look in the comments. I've just posted the EFRA broadcast channel. Join that broadcast channel and it will just pop results into your messenger inbox. So you can go about your day. If you're busy, if you're working, you'll get notified all over the weekend on key results and key moments of the event. They'll just get pushed into your inbox for you. So make sure you do that. Make sure you join the broadcast channel. And we can hear sounds of the track now.
Sounds of glory.
Yeah, because a wise man once said something about Nitro pays the bills. E-Buggy is the glory. Or, I can't remember
something
what
is the glory and pays the bill.
We're
not sure. What's maybe someone knows.
I wouldn't describe him as wise. Wouldn't describe him.
Yeah. What a great shot we have here from the pit lane. Thanks again to the team on the ground in Spain working for ICAR, who are the Spanish Federation, who of course are hosting alongside Sachs, and there are the ICAR presenters who are trackside. Maybe we can have a few words from them a bit later in the weekend. We can actually get them to do us a little bit of a report. Of course, they will be talking Spanish at this point, but maybe we can have a few words from them. It's lunchtime. Over there, they're having
there we go.
lunch delivered.
Good delivery. Perfect.
Where's our lunch?
Oh man, I am hungry. I'm hungry now. I'm hungrier now.
Yeah.
I bet some good paella and good stuff.
Absolutely. Well, timing can be found on Everlapse. I'll post that into the broadcast channel so you can keep up to date. You can have timing in your pocket and watch as the live times are progressing as the cars go around the track, and a fantastic timing system Everlapse is. And thanks once again to X-Ray, Hot Race, Meebo Sport, S-Works, T-Works and Techno Fantastic to have Techno on board with us for the first time for one of our event coverage, and very proud we are to be working with you, Techno, as we are all of our sponsors, and of course EFRA and the EFRA associate members as well. So yeah, I think they're just waiting for that track to be opened.
Techno is really pushing in Europe right now. They got some very fast races there in Spain with the Parente brothers, and they've built a very big team there. Of course, we have Joao Figueiredo from Portugal, who's kind of leading the charge of that, who's having an exceptional last 2 years of racing, just coming over from Kyosho to Techno, and looking very good out there. Doing a lot of racing this year, Rial is, and he's there as well, doing some hot race technical support as well as Techno. One of the good things about the Euro Bs, what I really like, is that it gives a chance for these up-and-coming racers, or maybe older racers who don't want to compete in the Euro A, is a chance to shine and have fun, and then get some help from some of these top drivers. So I've always been a big fan of the Euro Bs, and definitely would like to see something like this. I've talked about it many times on the podcast, getting this over in the USA on the raw side of things. So hopefully one day it can work. I hope you guys are enjoying it. We hope to get a lot of eyes on this weekend from outside of Europe as well. So please give us don't forget to smash that like, sub, and notification button for RC Racing TV. Let's help them in their quest to get to 100K. And don't forget to share this as well, everybody. So we got some good Nitro racing this weekend on a beautiful track with beautiful weather. And I really wish I was there at the moment, like physically there.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, you can only really have a B Euros in a class that's oversubscribed, you know. But obviously Nitro Buggy is the biggest class. It's the most oversubscribed, so it calls for a second event for, And like you say, Lefty, it is a fantastic opportunity where obviously in Chile, all of the top drivers will have the weight of the world on their shoulders as they try to get a Euro under their belt. But here they have nothing but time to help their team members and younger drivers and older drivers, less experienced drivers, to do as well as they possibly can. So yeah, what a fantastic event, and I'm really excited for them to open the track. I can see between the two presenters we have Mark Stitson, the referee from the UK. The Eagle, Mark Stitson, who I hope he'll be at Chile, because he's a regular feature of Nitro Buggy racing. Yeah, there he is. Fear that man.
Yes.
They're saying, don't get on the wrong side of this guy.
He sees just about everything that happens out on
track. Yeah. Oh, track is open.
Yeah.
So let's see what we can see. Can we find out who's on track? I don't know.
I want to just say a big shout out. We got some people out here in the chat. We got BJ Williams, Charles Decatur. So we do have a few Americans out here. E Money. We already got an argument going on in the chat. So that's always a good thing in the morning. And no bish, bash, posh. There are no top drivers at this race. This is more for the
They're not on track.
Lower level drivers or upcoming drivers. There are some top drivers there doing support. I know Joao Figueiredo, Davide Angaro is there. I don't think Robert is there. But definitely, it's a chance for these young drivers to have a spotlight for themselves and not worry about being in the 160-second main at the Euro A's or whatever they have. And like you said, it's also fully booked up, and the this gives a chance for people who didn't make the Euro A's a chance to race. So as these guys get on their warm-ups, we're going to have this is control practice or seeding practice as we're used to in the USA, where they take your best 3 consecutive laps, and then they're going to reseed you into your qualifying, which starts tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it does.
And this is car. The one beautiful thing I love about these type of races is we have functioning car numbers. It's something I miss when I'm doing my other races, so I can pick up these numbers as we bring up our scoring.
Yeah, it's a nice thing. I mean, we were at a club event earlier in the year, and for RCTV, and we had to ask very, very nicely for the drivers to put the driver numbers on the wings, like they are here, because I mean, this is what we're used to, and it's just so much easier to see rather than having them on the horizontal surfaces of the bodies or one number on one side of the body or something like that. It was just, we're like, the black car is passing the white car. We had no idea, and it was a buggy race as well. So yeah, it was so much easier to see. We're just used to, I hate to say it, but proper organized races.
All right. I'm trying to see who this is. This looks like it's Oscar Martinez. We're following right now, car number 2. I'm trying to see the number and see what car that actually is.
It's car 0. So Daniel
Zero
Thorne from the UK. Yeah, one of our junior racers. So those of you from the UK, there's quite a lot of, actually, apart from Spanish racers, I think the UK group makes the biggest or the second biggest group of racers there.
Quite a number of UK drivers. We have the Lighties, the young racers that we met at RCGP. We have Billy Grindley, Lewis Jones. That's for Bradley Baird's there from Ireland. So quite a good contingent of UK drivers coming out to drive here. I have not seen Kevin Brunson on the list this bash.
No.
So not sure.
I know,
but I know the Lighties are driving for us here, and they are Agama drivers. So not sure if both likes are here.
Mark Rumble's there, sort of as I suppose as the team manager and helper for the GB guys. So we're hoping
we'll get some inside information from Rumble. He's always on it.
Yeah.
So we just saw some watering of the track. I was talking to Joao Figueiredo earlier this morning. He says it's like a holiday on ice out there right now as they're trying to get some traction into this track. And you can see it's very slippery, very small line. They just watered it, so it took a little bit of that rubber away. If I'm the track guys, I'm going to water the edges of this track and let that line form naturally, leave the water off the racing line as it goes on. But the track has to break in. They just started practice. Let's go through and have a look at some of these fast guys coming out of the earlier practice rounds. I saw Iker Tellez was there. David Todd, who's a very fast up-and-coming young racer. He's very tall. Doesn't look like he's 15 years old, but he is.
No.
We even have some Israeli drivers there.
Yeah, there's a couple racers from Israel there. A good spread of racers from across Europe, which is great to see. I love that about the European Championship races.
Absolutely. So, we had some regular practice here where they just went out and did some 5-minute runs. Our last practice session, so these young techno driver Iker Tellez in taking that with Manuel Iniesta, Hugo Ibanez, Nacho Sanchez, David Todd, who we was just talking about, Hugo Taravan is another fast racer, Ivan Navarro, Paco Flores, Martin Calvo, and Tom Sartell, who is a veteran racer who's racing this. So I believe he's the S-Works. Is it Tom who's the S-Works? Is Tom the one who used to be called the Pink Panther with the pink car?
No, that was Jerome.
Jerome.
John Patrick. Who was the Pink Panther? Was it Jerome? Yeah. So Jerome's not there.
And John Patrick.
But this Sartell who's there, I think David is the third of the Sartell clan, who's in this sort of Nitro Buggy fraternity.
Yeah, because John Patrick Sartell is actually a e-buggy Euro A champion, and I think he kind of only runs 8-scale electric now at the moment.
Yeah, and I talked to Jerome at the we had a good chat with him at the Euros a few weeks ago. Nick was talking with him on air, and getting his perspectives. And but check those out later. Here we go. We got some on-screen timing in action there. That's awesome. So we can see the country, obviously the car numbers, and then the country of each racer, and then there's a 3-letter. A bit like F1, where you see, who's that? David. So the top racer is Thomas Cavinato. So each racer has a 3-letter abbreviation of their last name.
1 minute left.
And then you can So it kind of goes like Cabanito, Thomas, and then the rest of their full name, and then you can see their total time. So obviously, they've done way more than 3 laps, but we're just showing the timing is set up to show the fastest 3 consecutive laps.
Absolutely, you can see that the traction is trying to come up with the sun beating down on this track, and the more cars that get under, the more nitro fumes and tires that get under. We should see a blue groove, or it's actually a black groove, but they call it a blue groove. And where I think we're on with car, this yellow car is car number. Give us some time to get all the cars figured out as well. And numbers, I definitely need car number 2. So that is Oscar Martinez. Ooh. Apparently, according to scoring, and Oscar gets it wrong on that one. Concrete curbing, always a big fan of concrete curbing on an RC track.
Nice and durable.
All right.
So just so you know, the next time the track will be watered will be at 4:10 local time. So they just watered it at 1:35 local time. So it isn't every round like I was thinking. It's they do have an actual water schedule. And then at the very end of the day at 8 p.m. local time, they'll be watering it again.
Okay. So I assume that they're going to scatter the... Ooh, wow. That yellow car getting it all type of wrong. There's your sprinkler right there, Frank. See, that's a sprinkler. Yeah. There's an automatic sprinkler right there.
Maybe that's the end of day. Oh, here's our pit lane cam. Bam.
All right.
Flying underneath. It's a bit shaky, but...
The heat is finished.
So
all right, so our first heat is done.
Yeah.
Looks like Thomas Cavano from Italy is going to take the first round. He's going to set that first seed practice. Let's see if he can bring up his time, sir. Well done to Thomas. Car number 12. BJ, not 8 scale, but you heard about the 5th scale worlds getting called off? Yes, I did, and I kind of understand, unfortunately, why it happened. A very small class worldwide. Flying to Australia probably isn't the cheapest thing, especially lugging a 25-pound metal gasoline-powered vehicle that far. Unfortunate for the Australians who probably put in a lot of money to do that, but I know it is a popular class here in Europe, and hopefully we get to... I've had the privilege of falling from... Oh, there's Iker's dad right there, Mr. Tellez in that black shirt. Hopefully we get to see the Euros will be coming up here shortly, and that's always got a good attendance. But maybe IFMAR needs to look at just keeping it in places where it's a popular class, where it doesn't get canceled.
It's really unfortunate. It's one of my favorite classes to watch. I know the drivers who are more into the 1/10 and 1/8 Nitro classes, obviously for them, the touring cars, the large-scale touring cars are super slow. And, comparatively they are, but they are just the coolest to watch, I think. You get a lot more bumping and barging and stuff like that.
I just went to a race here locally. They had a C final of 5th scales. So,
really?
They had GT,
cool.
GT8 and 5th scale. They had a few people come from America, a few people come from probably Latin America, but that's what that's the class I want to race, 5th scale.
Yeah,
so hopefully I can get a 5th scale, but
it's one of those, if I had the space, for sure, definitely would have one. But considering one of those costs as much as my real car, it's maybe not.
I was thinking maybe of selling my kidney, but I might need one of them, both of them at some point.
Yeah, kidneys are probably a good thing to have.
Harry Willits, can you show car number 9? Sure, tell us what color it is and who we're looking. Well,
that will help us try, but we're not actually in control of the camera, unfortunately.
So it's we're also not. Yes, sorry, we are not in control of the camera.
But these are 7 and 5. So this is Fabrizio Marion and Martin Colette. He's a junior racer.
So we have Fabrizio from Italy and Martin from France.
Yeah. There's several juniors
just
in this
so
one.
Absolutely. Just for our audience to know, so this is actually being brought to you from 3 different countries. So we have the ACAR, which is the local Spanish Federation, who've been doing a great job of covering the Spanish nationals for this year. They're actually doing the camera work and everything, and they're doing their own transmission in Spanish for Spanish speakers. The UK side of things, this side of things is being handled by the RC Racing TV at home in the UK, and I am currently in the Dominican Republic calling this race from my No Name RC podcast studio. So we do not have communication with direct communication with the cameraman, so we cannot do the follow this person, follow that person.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll figure it out where we can talk to the cameraman, but right now we're at that where we can't do that. So unfortunate. I know we usually do that with RC Racing TV.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
It's one of these sort of like a interjurisdictional operation, sort of a very international thing. I mean, if you want to count me being American as a 4th country in the operation, but just to make it sound even more complicated. But yeah, it's.
I think you spend enough time in the UK that you're losing your American.
I do. Yeah, James and Matt have been doing a massive amount of work behind the scenes to make this actually work and be as fluid as it is, and. We've also got Stefan in Sweden doing a lot of magical stuff for us online. So it's still at least 4 or 5 countries involved.
Quite a lot. And I just wanted to take this chance because it is the 5th of July. And Americans just celebrated 4th of July yesterday. Yeah. So probably a lot of people waking up this morning very tired, maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I'll
tell you, we just said there was a massive election in the UK as well, so there's a lot of Brits waking up very tired as well, because a lot of them tend to stay up quite late to see all the election results and see what's happened. So yeah,
absolutely.
But yeah, we'll be. I'm sure the camera operators will be, once we get into the qualifying. We'll be following more and more of the faster guys as we go around, and of course the racing will be following the bump up and fastest racers in that. Wow, some really good air braking action there. Whose car is this? Okay, is that a 2?
8. Car number 8.
Oh, I got some of the curves correct. So it's Elliot Desse, a junior racer who's just bumped up from 8th to 7th spot from France. So lap times.
France, also another country pumping out lots of fast young racers. We just saw Noah Ben Mohammed do really well at the recent E-Buggy Euros there in Montpellier that you guys covered about 4 weeks ago, about a month ago now, I guess.
Has it only been that? Has it been that way? It feels like 2 weeks. Well, obviously it's been a while.
Kind of a blur for you, isn't it, Frank?
It is. Fast lap there, 50.5 seconds from Felipe Ferreira, one of our over 40s racers. There's several of them there. There's a lot more junior racers, but in every heat, this one has 6 junior racers out of 12 racers, and 2 over 40s racers. So it's quite a lot there. Some good experience and upcoming, good fast upcoming racers as well. Out here.
Ooh, I like how the new overlay actually has the flag of the people next to them instead of just the initials.
Yeah.
Yes, I like that.
Yeah.
So we have Switzerland, UK, Portugal, UK, France, Spain, France, Spain, Germany, Ireland, Italy. Sorry, Spain and Spain. There.
There's some trap flags in there for sure.
All right, so we've lost all ambient mic, but we do appreciate it. Good morning, Joanne Hunter. How are you? Tuning in from Philadelphia. So you're on the same time as me. It's 8:22 a.m. All righty. And Harry Willits, sorry, we'd already talked about this. Chris Hobson is watching from the USA. BJ is rooting for Philippa Pim. I believe she is Swedish, maybe German, but
I think Swedish.
Yes,
which is quite a ways.
Absolutely. Sweden in full chat mode in their RC. I was talking to a few of my Swedish mates yesterday, and they're like, "It is crazy up here right now. Summertime. We got to cram everything into a few couple of months of sun."
They have less summertime than we do in the UK.
All right, so it seems like we've lost our ambient mic on this side.
I'm not sure what's happened, but I'm sure we're chasing it in the studio.
Yeah, we'll have it back very
absolutely.
Shortly. You can just imagine Nitro engines.
Yeah.
All right.
Can we get another mic for James to do the Nitro noises? We do want to say hello to Mrs. Young, one of our RCTV heroes. So thank you very much for joining us from Adelaide, South Australia. There's another Glenn Scott from Australia also chiming in. So g'day to everybody from Australia. Thank you for joining. Yeah, there's our ambient back. Woo! See, you mentioned our international viewers, and the ambient sound comes back. Fabulous. And we have Thomas watching from Austria. So don't get those mixed up, Lefty, either. Austria and Australia.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm going to call that Australia at some point today.
There's a pretty good sized group of Austrian racers here as well. So actually been meaning to message my buddy Werner Spanbruckner, who I saw in he was doing 10th Nitro track the other week. He's very much more into the Nitro off-road, so I'm a little surprised that he's not there for this. But it's a busy racing schedule for him as well. That's a big bobble there. Some really trap points on this track. They're going to be very tricky once we get into some heads-up racing.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real kind of where we've been getting used to seeing these highly elevated tracks like Renovon, which are really big. The Buggy Arena in Barcelos is another one. Buggy Land is another one there in Spain. This is a relatively kind of flat track. Not too many big send-it jumps, I would say, but definitely need to get a rhythm. Like this double's pretty easy, but there you overshoot it and get out into the dust. And there we have a guy with a propeller hat. That's pretty cool. I like that.
Is that not just like maybe like some head protection just because he's out marshalling? There he is.
There we go. There's propeller hat guy.
Okay, we'll have to keep a watch out for him in group next time Group 2 is out. Propeller hat guy. Fabulous.
All right. So we have 1 minute. Well, according to my score, we have about 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go in this heat.
Yeah, a very fast lap from Antoine Brule. 48.7 second best lap time. Most of these drivers doing just under 51 seconds.
Yeah, I'm sure as we get up into some of these top, well, I can't say top heats. So did they do a resort after the control practice after the three practice rounds?
I will try to find out because that's a very good question. I will try to find out.
John Tuffy asks, subscriber chat only. I have no idea.
Yes, you have to be a subscriber. But then if you're able to chat, then you're a subscriber.
So can we hear what these guys are saying at all?
We cannot. We just have to imagine what they're saying.
They're just talking about how great our banter is so far.
Yeah, and they're talking about propeller hat guy,
and the food that they just had,
the automatic watering system, it's operated by people,
who automatically know how to walk and pick up a hose and
standard live stream bants, essentially.
All right. We have Peter Cook in here. Maxim Cook's dad says, "Hey, Keenan, unfortunately couldn't make this one. Maxim, a very fast young man in the UK. Unfortunate. Met those guys at RCGP. We got Mr. Ben Muhammad in. I'm surprised that Noah is. Maybe Noah doesn't. He should come for this type of track. We got the Basement. What's up, Basement? How you doing? It would be great to see Noah at the Euro Bs doing some nitro racing, I think. So, very talented young man from France.
Yeah, absolutely. He, I suppose it's, you obviously can only be in the B Euros if you have finished within a certain position.
Outside the top 3 of a Euro A.
Any Euro A?
I imagine.
Or just this class of Euro A? Because obviously Noah Ben Mohammed came third in the 10th Buggy class at Robin Hood Raceway. So would that mean he can't race in this? Or is it specifically Nitro Buggy? We don't know.
That's quite a specific question that I'm going to have to dive into the rules.
Didn't he finish fourth at the E-Buggy Euros too?
Yes. Good point.
Yeah.
Very good point. He did come fourth. So now what are we on to? Now we're on to Group 3. I need to get my head around these groups. I need to get my head around how many groups we have, but we're on to Group 3. And,
sorry, so it's the first 40 places of any of the preceding 2 1/8 off-road ECA championships.
Okay.
And to any driver who has ever taken part in an A main final.
Yep.
In any class of racing in the last 15 years.
Hang on.
Okay, so he's disqualified.
So he's disqualified. He cannot race. Fully disqualified for being an A finalist multiple times.
Is that right?
Yeah, if you're an A finalist at any Euros, you can't take part here.
I'm not sure if I agree with that, but
Really?
yeah, I mean, you can be an A finalist in 10 scale, but that doesn't mean that he's going to be a good nitro driver. He could be an A finalist in E-Buggy, but doesn't necessarily mean he's going to. Nitro is a whole different animal. And so here's my question: do they have Euro B championships for other classes?
They used to have it for the 2 Nitro on-road classes, but
it depends. Right. Obviously, those have not been as popular in recent years as the Nitro Buggy. So
they actually changed that to a pro class. The A and B kind of joined the same event. It was kind of pro and stock within the same event, and now I think this year it's just all rolled into one.
Yeah, there used to be a sport class.
That's it.
For
I was trying not to
track.
say pros and Joes.
Yeah. But considering that Lamberto Collari won it at one point, the sport class for 1/8, really? I don't really know the relevant. I mean, obviously rules change and all that stuff, but I don't know how that was. Whatever. So who knows?
Congratulations to Lamberto.
Yeah.
Thank you to all of our sponsors who are helping us be here. X-Ray, Hot Race, Mebo Sport, all in one place eShop. So go check out Mebo Sport, S-Works, T-Works, and of course Techno. Fantastic to have them on board with us as we venture into this new style of coverage, which we're kind of experimenting with for the B Euros coverage. And so far, it's working out to be quite a lot of fun. We have Group 3 on the track. So I'll go full screen again and we can watch the cars going around the track and hear about who's fast and who's last. I just made that. That sounds quite good. Who's fast and who's last?
Who's fast and who's been passed?
That's even better. We have a Greek driver who is fast.
So I just saw this blue car get punted completely off to the other side of the track earlier on this lap. Let's see who this is when they come by. Ooh, a little bit of aggressiveness going on out there. He was not letting up one bit and pushed that red car completely off the track, it looks like. So we are currently following that blue car who just flipped over
That was
I love concrete carbon. I love concrete carbon, but it seems to be a hindrance here for these drivers this weekend. So let's see if they figure it out.
Whoa.
Oh.
Oh.
That's not.
Oh, that's a
He was
terrible
He was
entrance.
surviving.
Oh.
He was surviving so much chaos there. Was car number 3.
That was hectic.
Martin Cervantes, one of our junior racers.
If Nick was here, he would have said
Replay.
5.3 from the German judge.
He's upside down.
Oh, and that as well.
So one of our informants on site is told me that there was no reseed after the open practice. So there were 3 rounds of open practice earlier before this all started, but they've moved them around into different groups and heats. So I'm not sure exactly how they sorted that. Maybe it was a random selection.
So I assume what they're gonna do is they're going to do it where each round gets a water track or whatever, because it might be where the water track might be slower, might be faster. So what they're gonna probably do is kind of how they do it. Well, they in America they adjust their watering schedule to the They don't change the heats; they just adjust the watering schedule. So they're probably gonna adjust the heats to go. So let's say the water track is 2 seconds slower. Each person will have a chance to get on that slow track at some point. Connor Daly, unfortunately, we cannot do any car following because the RC Racing TV crew are not physically at the track. It is the Spanish Association film crew, and we actually do not have, they are not listening to what we're talking. So unfortunately, we cannot do any follows at this moment. I'm not saying that it might not happen later, but at this moment, we cannot. And we are currently following car number 1, I believe.
I think so, yes. Yes.
Juan Antonio. I actually know Juan Antonio. Belmonte. He's a good, I've known him for many, many years. Met him at Redavon 2 years ago. And he is currently scored in 6th in this race. And we do have a few Irish racers in here as well. So I see Connor is cheering on the Irish racers. We have Jason Ferguson, who is car number 10 he wanted to watch. And I almost got the flags mixed up with Italy again. I do apologize.
Yeah, I mean, look how easy it is to do that. Obviously, if you're Italian or Irish, you would know instantly. But it's sometimes geography can be fun. Fun with flags. You know?
Belmonte coming in for a little bit of fuel there as he's going to finish off. These are 9-minute practice sessions.
Yeah.
Best 3 consecutive laps will reseed you for qualifying tomorrow. Mitch on the mic. How are you? It's got to be 8:35 p.m. in Australia or later. I'm not sure what part of Australia you're at, but thank you for joining us.
Yeah, so I think I did look it up. I think there's 4 time zones across Australia, a bit like, the same as the U.S. So, but most people are going to be on the East Coast. I was just going to say, there's been a couple of racers, Danielle Bubel, I think is how you say that, and Sohail Azule, who've hit gotten into the 48-second times for their fastest laps, 48.6 and 48.8 respectively. So that is very, very quick. We're going to see those times start coming down as we get into the faster and faster groups.
Yep. Known Danielle for quite a few years up there in Denmark as well. Denmark just had a couple of big races. They had the SOS Grand Prix, the NSX Grand Prix. So he's all primed and ready for some racing. Car number 6. I think that's car number 6. This might be Daniel that we're following now. I just can't see the number.
I think that's a 6, yeah. That is Eusebio Pariente, who must be the dad or
related
uncle of the younger Parientes.
Uncle. I met him at IBC this year. Yes.
Ah, okay. Good info.
So,
hopping over a car.
Getting a little lucky bounce over that car just now.
Yeah.
Track looks brilliant. The track really looks good. They've got all their banner placement up nice. It looks like Red. To be honest, it looks just like what the area of Redavon looks like, deserty.
Yeah. It's so close. And like we were saying earlier, it's just amazing to have a couple of world-class facilities within easy driving distance of each other. It does so much to improve your RC knowledge and skills. To the better the tracks are, the better the facilities are, the more people race and the better everyone becomes. And you just start getting just better and better drivers coming out of a certain area.
Absolutely. Well, Mitch, he says it's 10:35 over there in Australia. Have a good night rest. I'll probably see you in the morning tomorrow. And Flavio from Italy, I assume, buongiorno. He wants to know where this race is. This race is in RC Sachs in Alicante, Spain. All right. Here we see some eagle-eyed pitman with his yellow hat, patiently watching his driver.
Yeah, and there's Peter Harder from Denmark, right? 2 pitmen down. So he's the other Danish racer that's there. He's racing, obviously, in the 40-plus group. Known Peter for quite a while.
I think that's Liam right there. Yeah, that is Liam Galvin doing the Mayako duties for everybody. So good to see Liam back at the track doing what he loved, which is mechanicking for guys. Now, Liam, he's the gentleman with the Mayako shirt, as we're getting a replay of that. I assume he's pitting the... Oh, a little bit of kerfuffle there.
Yeah, that was
That was a little deja vu. It's not in Redavon, David. It's in Alicante.
Yeah, it's a very easy mistake to make, because when you say Alicante, you think Redavon, because we've had so many European Championships and Worlds there. But no, there's the other Alicante track.
Yeah, it's about 45 minutes from Redavon. Alicante is where I'll be flying into in September. Can't wait.
Yeah, it'll be nice and a lot cooler than it is now. I'll tell you that.
I don't think so. I think it's going to be just about as hot.
Hey, we got Noah Ben Mohammed in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Noah. Too bad we can't race this, unfortunately. I heard you're doing some Nitro racing, so that's always good. There you are, Frank.
Hello. I've been left alone.
No, I know. I really wish we could hear well, we can hear the Spanish guys. We could just go through on YouTube and hear that. But, I mean, it wouldn't help you much, Frank.
No. My Spanish has fallen by the wayside since I left Texas or in California. So, yeah.
But welcome, Noah, and good job at the e-buggy Euros, dude. Congratulations. He was flying. He was fast. More Nitro, though. More Nitro. That's the goal. All right. So up next is, let's see, let's bring up I'm definitely going to bring my other laptop up first, so I have scoring here. Up next is group number 4. We got Christian Villar, Pablo Ortono, Miguel Clement, Fernando Cabrera, Eduardo Simeon. We have our first, our first Israeli, Ken Gal Kenan. Oh my goodness, Nicolas Lanasse, Loic Regalon, David Shed, Lewis Trafford, Marco Berti, and Nicolas Taralo from Uruguay. Yeah, he's from Uruguay originally, but he must be living in Europe. He was actually at the 2002 World Championships that were held in Uruguay. Back when the first American win it. Yes. Yes, Greg Degani was the first American to win a 1/8 scale World Championship. It happened in Punta del Este, Uruguay. I heard so many stories about that.
I think that's where he got the nickname Wood Screw, because he used the wood screw. Degani. For a long time, he had the nickname Wood Screw.
Okay. Never heard that. I'm going to have to ask him, but I know his nickname was...
It was a very long time ago. It was back when I was living in Southern California, and I think it was at that Worlds, and he did a very rapid track repair on his car at some point. I don't know whether it was to win or, I mean, I may be getting the classic, because he was running touring car at the time as well for Kawada. And, I mean, if you remember that brand from way back. And
I do not.
Yeah, long time ago. I did touring car mostly back then. But yeah, he had the nickname Wood Screw for quite some time.
Not surprised. Ryan Donovan, hello, my friend.
Yeah.
He says hello, Frank and Left.
How you doing, Ryan?
You. Well, I'll see you at Renaissance. UK Racer. Oh, we heard Stetson laying on the law.
Yeah.
Car 9's in trouble.
Who's car 9?
Ooh.
David.
Stetson trying to
David
set
Shedd.
set that standard early.
Ooh,
I
three
would
numbers.
Say.
You hear him what he said. 3 numbers on your body shell. So in free practice, you can pretty much do whatever you want. But once we come down to the actual time practice, nope. You got to do everything proper. There he
Simon
goes.
Hearn, why don't they ever run a with a wet track? Well, they just did. They watered the track, and the first group had a wet track.
Yeah.
So
And they'll be watering it again in, I think, just under 3 hours. And then again after all the racing is done. So they are watering
and they
the
would
track
adjust the heats. Yeah, they will adjust the heats so everybody gets a water track at some point. We have Abe Foreman tuning in from Minnesota. Victor Sampao, hello, how are you? Bon dia. And Ryan Donovan, buenos dias, espero que sirvan las cervezas. Absolutamente. Nos vemos.
Something about beers.
Yes. Oh, Frank got out of that one. All righty. So out front we have Christian Vilar, who I'm not surprised, Mugen driver, I want to say. He was at IBC this year as well. Followed by David Shedd, the Israeli Gal Kanan, and the Uruguayan Nicholas Taralo, who knows Greg Degani very well. Greg's been trying to get a video of the 2002 Uruguay A final. So if anybody has that in the world,
really?
he's willing to pay for it. Oh, yeah. It is like the least recorded or reported on world championship ever. Like you go to IBC, when you go to the Buggy arena, you know, well, have you ever been there, Frank?
Yeah, they have that big display
So you know
thing there, don't they?
Right. So they have every single European championship and every single world championship there. And it comes to 2002, it's just like a picture of the Ghani and results. No other information there.
Oh,
like a
man.
picture of the podium, and that's it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I remember back in the day, air quotes, there was, I think it was a 10th Buggy Worlds that was being held in Indonesia, and loads of the American racers. I think there was...
that was 8 scale, 2006.
Was it? Yes, and
Yes,
they
and a lot of the
no one wanted to go
boycott
from the American teams because there was some civil unrest in another like distant part of the country, and they were, I don't know, just overly worried about it. So a lot of them, I think,
but
just
the
didn't
veteran
go,
American guys went. Pavitas won.
There were
year.
some, but it wasn't anywhere near as big as it would have been.
There was no Tebows, no Cavalieris, no Mayfields, but the older generation guys went, and Pavitas actually won it. So he became the second American to win a World Championships. Sam Herron, I race amateur, but nothing like this, but I do love to race on a muddy track. So they can't race on a muddy track because of safety for marshals, and everybody, this is this is not qualifying, but this is seeding, and it's all based on time. Usually they don't water tracks at all in Europe, and they're not. I guess they've made some exceptions for the rules. I guess this track needs some water, but basically the water is more to keep control of the dust on, and they want to let the line form naturally. But you cannot race on a wet track for the safety of the turn marshals and the equality it has to bring. I mean, there have been races on muddy tracks as well, and I'm sure people don't. These cars don't run very good with when they weigh 15 to 20 pounds with mud all over them.
I'll tell you what, not the fifth scale off-road buggies don't either. when twice the weight of what they normally are. We saw that last year in the Czech Republic, and luckily we arrived after all the heavy rain, but we saw photos and some video of the cars, and it was just absolutely insane. But yes, they don't like to water the tracks too much. They let the ruts and stuff like that happen naturally, as you say. And we're starting to see when the camera sort of freezes at the apex of a corner, you can start to see a bit of a blue groove right there. You can see a bit of a darker line starting to appear. So we're gonna start seeing the track really start to clean up. This is only the first day. We're only about halfway through the first day of running. So we'll start getting faster and faster and faster. A lot of these drivers doing under 51 second roughly as average fastest lap times. But some of these guys doing in the 48 seconds already. So yeah, we're going to start to see some very quick times.
Well, the Nitro cars kind of make their own traction compound with the exhaust, right? That's why you always see when we have these Nitro plus electric races, you always see that groove come up very fast when the Nitro cars are out there because they're putting on the oil and stuff from the exhaust. When you have it, we actually talked about this from the e-Buggy Euros because people were saying how different the track was from the Montpellier race in February to the e-Buggy Euros, which happened about a month ago, which RC Racing TV covered. And they said that because there was no Nitro cars to put on any oil on the track and let that groove get it all nice and gummy, like a blue groove is. Yeah. So I'm very I want to see if the organizers just go to spraying the fluff, which would be the outside of the line there where the dust is to keep dust on, and allow that groove to form because it's starting to come up, as you can see. From my experience with the American races that I've been to, it comes to a point where you stop watering the entire track and just water the outside and let that groove form up and let those jumps form up. So we will see what happens and what they decide to do.
No, the Montpellier track, this year was the very first time that they've ever held an EFRA European championships there. And many, I would say most of the top racers have been to the Montpellier GP, which is a big race that's been going on for, I want to say, like
35 years or something like that.
Yeah. A very, very long time. But obviously it's held at a wet time of the year for the south of France. So the racers that were there were saying they'd never seen the track conditions like it was for the e-Buggy Euros, and because it was dry, like you said, they weren't watering it at all during the race, and they were only sweeping it between rounds. And then so the ruts were starting to appear, potholes, and the track was changing, not massively, but enough round by round that you kind of had to do a track walk basically at the beginning of the day just to see what this pothole is hidden from view and this angle of this jump needs to be taken into consideration, that sort of thing. So it was a lot different, and the drivers, even like Boots and Ongaro, were saying this is really, really different than what we're used to. So it was quite interesting to see. Yeah. But like you say, they Absolutely. It's not a normal thing to water a track constantly in Europe.
Yep. What up, BMX man? He's watching from Australia. We got my good buddy Mike
one
Hill
of our regular viewers
in the group as well. And Sam Heron asked what temperature these engines are running at. If you use Fahrenheit, I'd say about between 250 to 275. In Celsius, 100 to 115, I guess, or 105. I guess I might be off a bit. And Ryan Donovan, he says he has a good friend of mine from a local club here in the northwest of the UK, Pendle. He's made the journey. Unfortunately, we cannot do the request, Ryan, because we're not in control of the cameras.
Yeah, but no, you can find, Ryan, you can go to the Everlapse link and potentially find where your mate is. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure where to actually find. I'm still trying to figure out the... Yeah, I'm still trying to decipher the website myself. So it's, but yeah, if you go to the everlapse.com, you should be able to find the various groups. But we do want to thank our sponsors very much. First of all, EFRA for allowing us to bring this to RC Racing TV and to the EFRA YouTube and Facebook channels. And also X-Ray, Hot Race Tires, Mebo Sport, S-Works, T-Works, and Techno RC. So thank you very much for allowing us to bring this coverage for free to everyone worldwide. Thank you, whether you're watching us from Minnesota or California or the Dominican Republic or Australia or anywhere across Europe.
Kevin Brunson, how are you, my friend? Somebody was just asking if you was here, and I assume you are not.
No, but like I said, Mark Brundle from Nemo and Agama is here. With us virtually at the track. So yeah, good to hear from you, Kev.
Yeah, you can. So there is a results as well. You have to actually. So you go to the Everlaps. You find it's the EFRA XIX European Championship B Sax, and if you click on that, oh no, I'm sorry, that goes to event details. If you click on 1/8 scale Nitro Buggy, it's in blue, and then you have summaries. But I have not been able to find the heat arrangements either, to be honest. So let's see, we have reseeding. Yeah, it's just giving us results and not.
It's just a big long list of names. So yeah, I'm not really sure how.
Christian Villar is at the top right now, followed by Pablo Ortona and Daniel Babel. That's our top three at the moment, and we're going into group number 5. So the time to beat right now is a. No, they don't have that.
It's weird. That can't be right though. It's 3 laps and 49 seconds.
Yeah, that's the
49 seconds. That's one.
Like
yeah.
Reseeding round 1. Let's go here. It has been a while since I've used Everlaps.
Well, you have one up on any of us here, so in that you've used it. Period.
Well, we used it during RCGP, so
we did use it in RCGP.
But I don't remember. It seems.
And guess what? It's being used for the Worlds in Redifan as well. So better get used to it.
It is. It is.
It's a great system.
I'm on
great
camera.
System.
Yeah.
You are. You told me to warn you when you're on camera. You're on camera.
You're on camera.
I need 2 monitors. Okay, so here we go. He has his top. Oh man, hold on. Let's see if I can figure this out. So Daniel Bubao has the fastest lap of a 48.6. Kristen Villar. See it. I'm very confused here too. So you're not the only one. Top 3, 40. Yeah. Oh well. You'll figure it out at probably near the end of the event. Ooh, we have an all gray car. Yellow wheels. What's that green?
Looks gray-ish.
It looks like a Techno.
How can you tell the the brand of the car?
Well, I'm looking at the shock towers. I don't get all the brands, but I'm trying to figure this one out. I'm not that good. Bish Bash. No, Johnny Skidmore or William Skidmore are not racing. This is for people that don't make the Euro A's. And Johnny Skidmore has made the Euro A's quite a lot. This is for the more amateur racers. Ooh. More for the amateur racers. I think, do you think the big Euros help racing in Europe? Yeah, absolutely. I think it's great. I think we should have it in the USA. What's up, Paul? Go to Everlap. Shoot me a message. That's the best. I'll just send it to you. We will not forget about the barbecue, Ryan. I will be there for sure.
What barbecue? What barbecue? Right. Tell me about barbecue.
You're not going to be in Redovan, so it doesn't matter.
Oh.
We've been invited to a RC barbecue with Ryan Donovan, who was so nice to bring us a box of pastries at the 2022 World Championships.
Ryan brought us some I think it was cupcakes or muffins at the Slough race that we covered earlier this year. So very, very grateful for that.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Good dude. What's up, Mr. Craig Action Jackson? Hello to you, sir. One of my favorite human beings in the world. That man has always got a smile on his face when he's at the RC track. I am getting the results for you. Paul Cigarello. Just give me a second.
So while you're looking that up, Lefty, Daniel Pariente is dad?
Daniel Pariente?
Yeah, because he's in the 40 plus. He's racing right now in car 3.
Oh, might be dad then. Might be. Yeah. I mean, Pariente might be a very popular name in Spain. It's a Spanish name. He might not even be related to that.
I think there's 3 Parientes there, and there's a younger Pariente, right? David. This is Bish Bash Bosh. This is controlled practice. So they've had 3 rounds of open practice, and then they had a very short lunch break, and now we're into 2 rounds of controlled practice where the fastest 3 consecutive laps are count. Basically, this is the seeding for qualifying. So it's very, very important to do a good run. Well, at all times when you're on the track, but in order to be in a good qualifying group, you want to have your best 3 qualifying laps here.
We're currently following car number 1, who is, no surprise, a Spanish number. And that is Anra Alamandra, a junior. I think it's Alana. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who she is.
But I know. There's some of these Spanish names I've never seen before, and I grew up in a very heavily Hispanic city.
Well, I mean, I think I've seen her as a racer. I believe this is a female racer. I could be wrong, but maybe the chat. We're going to definitely heavily rely on the chat for you guys. If you know some of these racers, please let us know. And their paint schemes.
5 juniors in this.
It's slippery out there, K-Swap. It's slippery out there, I've been told. So the groove's still coming in. And like I said, if I am the race organizers, I mean, they know their track better than me, obviously. But I've seen this enough times. Let that groove get in there. Ooh, I do like that yellow and purple paint job of this car, number 1, who we're seen to be following.
Very distinctive.
Very easy to pick out. But out front is Andre. I think this is Andre. I know this guy. Andre.
Of course you do.
Guerrero. No, I do not know Andre. He's a junior.
You don't know him.
Okay.
Andre. Boo.
He's from Portugal.
You can give him a nickname, though.
Yeah. Go ahead, give him a nickname.
I mean, I've got plenty of nicknames. I'm sure we'll have nicknames by the end of this weekend.
You'll get invited to their barbecue that they're holding.
Hey, man. Barbecues are awesome. It's just about getting time to go to them, right? You know, and after you finish a long day of broadcasting, you just kind of want to go sleep.
Well, the thing is, just to have the...
Go ahead, Frank. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say that the thing is to have the cookout going all day. So you don't have to go, okay, now I got to start the fire. No, you just have it going all day.
Well, if you're doing
what tires
you need to do 24 hours.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what tires they're going on. I was talking to Hot Race. They were going on big pins earlier, but now as the grooves coming in, I'm probably sure they're going to a little smaller pin. as the dust and marbles get pushed out to the outside there. And this line is about 3 feet wide. But I think once you get out of that, put one tire outside of that line and you're going to be slipping all over the place.
Yeah. We did see one on the pit lane cam. We can see sometimes the tire choices of at least the cars that are closest, but we don't know whether they're the quick guys or whether they're just taking a chance on the tires or what. So it's a bit hard to say right now. But with this sort of loose, dusty sort of conditions, they're probably running the various types of pins and just seeing what works best.
Yeah, they're probably dropping on. They're probably on a medium-sized pin for now, and as the groove comes up, you'll see them just get down to the smaller pins.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be about compound after that as the track develops. I was about to say that this would be a great time for a spec tire race swap, but that's an argument for a different day.
Yeah. That's a discussion for something like the EFRA AGM, where the various federations vote on the proposals that come in.
So we have cars coming back in. That's Group 5, right? Coming back in.
Yes.
So thank you to everyone who's watching. Let's take a moment to thank our sponsor. There we go. Here we go. We're back. Where's Lefty? There's Lefty. Lefty, you're on screen. Carlos is being interviewed, and we are waiting for Group 6 to go out. Keenan, how are you doing? I can't hear Keenan. We can't hear Keenan.
I can't hear Keenan.
I am fine. That was on my
there
side.
He is.
It was on his end.
I need another cup of coffee. That's what I need. I have a question. How many groups are there? I was trying to find that out real quick while we was on the break.
Good point. I think we can tell from the Everlaps link how many groups we have. And the answer to that would be...
There are 144 racers, so there's at least...
12.
Yeah.
There you go. 12 groups. So there you go. We are going to get straight back into the action.
Racers, sold out event.
It's big, isn't it? It's big. It's big.
I mean, it's a sold-out event. I think it's 150 or 144 is the entry count, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 144.
So, yeah.
Just turn Lefty off. Sits in the background just over Carlos's head. If you look to the left of your screen now, you can see a nice QR code that you can scan with your smartphone. Should you be lucky enough to have a smartphone, scan that and join the EFRA 1/8 Buggy broadcast channel to get all the latest info coming through directly from the track and keep you up to date. Lefty's back.
I was about to scan the URL code myself.
Okay, give it a scan. Give it a scan, Lefty. Give it a scan. I'm going to put you in the main screen. Look, here, live in action. We can see him. This is how you do it. You go to the camera app of your phone. If it's a modern phone, you don't need a QR scanner anymore.
No.
You used to need things like that.
Yeah.
But not anymore. There we go. Go back to the action. And Group 6 are on track. We're halfway through the field. There are 12 groups, I am led to believe. And so this is Group 6. Just confirm if that's the case.
All right. We got Jack Willits from the UK. That's car number 9. Axel Constantine. We are currently following this yellow and blue car. Car number, let's see if I can. Nope. We'll have to wait to get a little closer. So you can see that as we get in some better drivers out there, going up into, I'm assuming we're getting some better drivers. The traction is coming up on the track as well. So lap times are going to start to drop a little bit. We shall see. Ooh, somebody went flying out of the pit lane there, according to the ambient mic.
Yep, Peter Harder, the Danish over 40s racer. He's the only driver so far with a 48-second in the 48s, I should say. 2 more in the 49s. One of those, Jack Willits. And we got Philippa Plim. Yep, you see the Swedish flag next to her name.
Philippa. Crunchy. So RC Racing TV isn't at this meeting. They are not there physically doing the camera work. It is the ACAR Spanish Association film crew that have been filming the Spanish Nationals all year for 2024. The RC Racing TV guys are in studio in the UK producing. You can hear Frank on the other side. And I am home in the Dominican Republic.
Avoiding the hurricanes.
I'm from Bermuda originally, and you can never avoid hurricanes because
well,
20 miles long and 1 mile wide.
Yeah, it's the hurricane avoiding you, really. You can't really move an island.
5 minutes left.
I'm like, where are you going to go? To my house and just watch it go by.
It was weird. I was looking at the track, the anticipated track of the hurricane, and it is literally going to end up over San Antonio, which is where I used to live.
Yeah,
San Antonio, Texas.
Most of the hurricanes for here in the Dominican Republic, they usually hit the East Coast, skirt along the South Coast, and go up that direction, or make the curve and go up through Haiti and Cuba and all that stuff, and up the East Coast to like Florida. I live on the north coast of the DR, and we do not really get hurricanes up here. We have mountains right behind us that push them off.
Yeah,
and so but we do get flooding from the rain, so that's our big issue.
But you don't get the wind damage as well then, or the swell damage.
I mean, there's always the chance that it can happen, but it mostly goes down south.
That's good. So
we cannot.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to reiterate that we cannot follow. I know I've said it over and over, but we cannot follow anything because we have no direct communication with the cameraman there. Lee Martin is not at this event.
No.
This event is for more amateur drivers or drivers that don't make A finals at Euro A's.
And also,
there are no
speaking
top
of
drivers racing.
Yeah, there's none of the top drivers, top names on the track, but a lot of them are physically there helping out.
Absolutely.
Well, there's a few there physically, but Lee Martin actually, did you know this? He actually won this event way back when. The B Euros. In 2008.
Wow.
And that was when it was in Bergerac in France. Do you know any of the other previous winners of this event? Of the B Euros specifically?
I think Davide Ungaro won it.
He is not.
He has not. I know Ricardo Montero won it the first time and the only time he ever went to it.
Yeah, that was way back in when it was at Bio de Lead, where I've been there before for the 10th Buggy Euros.
Marco Barufalo.
Yeah.
He won it.
Yeah. Running a WIRC now, I think it is. Or is it? Yes.
Did Dankatine ever win it?
No. No, he hasn't.
Okay.
But,
I would love to have a list of winners of the Euro Bs. Where would I find that, Frank?
You would find it on EFRA.ws. If you go to... I have a list here, obviously, but there's... I think I have to find it. Let me see. Just a sec. EFRA.ws. And there's a... In the drop-down menus at the top of the page, or if you go on your phone, it'll be the hamburger menu. And under section news, there's a Hall of Fame, and you can click the year and find all the different names that are there. But just a quick rundown of the top names of drivers who are still active and racing. Lee Martin won it in 2008. David Ronefalk won this in 2009. Ricardo Montero, as you mentioned. Marco Barufalo won it in 2013. Ricardo Berton, who is running for Infinity now and won the Montpellier GP earlier this year with that car. He won it in 2015. In 2016, Juan Carlos Canas won it. And since then, we've had Miko Widmeyer, Matteo Polito, Daniel Bernabe, Max Gotzel, and Remy Bermudez have won it.
All those guys are all fast.
Yeah, there's some very fast names. From 2013 on. The only one who I don't know, you might know actually, Javier Pombo.
I do not know.
I've heard the name before, but I don't think he's still an active racer. But then going before then, from 2008 to 2010, those guys, that's Martin, Lee, and Monteiro are the previous winners. They are still racing, still quick. Obviously, Ronefalk, very quick still.
Yep, Juan Carlos Canas, very quick. Bish Bash. I heard Ty Tessman is fully retired. That is absolutely correct. If you want to have a great interview, I'm going to do a shameless plug. Go to the No Name RC podcast on YouTube. Search Ty Tessman, and I have a full 2-hour interview with him about his retirement and his career.
That was absolutely shameless, Lefty. I can't believe you did that.
Go check it out. He'll tell you why he stopped. The No Name RC podcast. Ty Tessman. It's a recent show. I'd say about 3 months ago. He basically retired because it comes down to making money.
Yep.
Wonder who is looking good this year, guys. For what, Crunchy? For this race or for the Worlds, Euros? Crunchy is also a bit. I've seen Crunchy in a lot of my feeds when I'm doing races in the USA and here with I think it was in the Euro World Cup that we were part of a few months ago, which was in Guarda, Portugal. All right, this is coming to an end of heat number 6. Looks like Axel Constantine is going to take he's currently scored in first.
Just snipping out Peter.
Yep. So for those of you that don't know, Andre Bento, I know him. He's from Portugal. For those of you, this is seeding practice. Best 3 consecutive laps in your 9-minute practice will seed you for qualifying starting tomorrow. 5 rounds of qualifying tomorrow. Is there?
Let me just have a quick look. 3 rounds of qualifying. 4 rounds of qualifying. 2 to count, 2 throw out.
And then some finals.
Yes.
Do we have LCQs and all that stuff as well?
No. Yes, we do, but that's on Sunday.
Yes.
Right.
There's an LCQ, a junior final, and then the main final. Oh, and a plus. So the
40.
plus 40, the last chance, then the junior, then the main.
Excellent. I love LCQs. This year for Euro B, Crunchy, well, I'll have to say, looking at early practice, looks like a few of the Spanish guys. Iker Tellez is looking good. I was looking at from the regular practice earlier. He's a very good racer. David Todd is very fast as well. There's a few other guys, but we really won't know until qualifying starts. Good, maybe seeding here will give us some idea. But qualifying will be start of qualifying. We'll really see how it goes. But those guys kind of stood out to me, Iker and David Todd. But David Todd's been doing pretty good. Period. He had a very good showing at the Electric European Championships a few weeks ago. Is that Bertine there? No, I thought it was Adrian Bertine for a second, but it isn't. All right, group number 7 about to go out. Let's see who we have in here. We got my friend Harold from Israel, who I met at the E-Buggy World Cup, who is in this race. I'm just going through here to see who we have. We have one of the Likey. We have Holger Likey in here. He's a junior. Great family, racing family. Harold is also a junior. He's only 15. It's good to see a lot of juniors in this race, at this race. I think that's also very good for them.
Absolutely.
We have
There's a ton of junior racers.
Yeah, that is the youth of the future, and we need to put some focus on them. And this is a great race for that. So
you can see a tire choice from
that's a great shot. Yeah.
there's one of the tire choices.
I can't tell what it is though.
No.
Six mic.
Is it?
Well, the wheel nut is.
Yeah, it's true.
You're probably better looking at their sponsor stickers.
That is Adrian Bertine.
I think that is. Yeah,
that is
I can tell from the back.
I thought so.
That's Bertine.
Yeah, his Corsa Tech T-shirt there.
Yep, they're supporting Corsa Tech, I assume.
I'm surprised he's not running in the 40 plus category. He was at the E-Buggy.
There isn't a Gama right now, Frankie. Look at Holger Likey. He is a Gama driver. Bish Bash, if you want to learn more about Tasman, I'm telling you. I'll even get you the episode show that you can go find. You seem to want to know about Tasman. I'll let you know, because it was a good interview with him.
Very good indeed. Indeed, very good. Let's say a quick thanks to our sponsor, Meebo Sport. We're back.
When I'm on my phone.
Well, the thing is, you're always on your phone, Lefty.
Yeah,
you are always on your phone. You're getting that QR code again. Make sure you join the EFRA 1/8 Buggy broadcast channel, and that's going to have not just all the information about this event, but that'll keep you up to speed with everything from Chile for the Euro A in just like 2 weeks, 3 weeks at the most. Chile will be there. Let us get back to the racing action as Group 7 are out. But yeah, join that group and be kept up to date with everything that cracks off at this event and the future events for the 1/8 Buggy section, which includes E-Buggy. Back to you, Keenan.
That's right. The Euro A is looking very good. Chile, third time they've had it in a while. I think third time. They did a complete track change from the looks of the warm-up, and they're going to do some changes going into the actual Euro A. And I think that's one of the Likies, because that's an Agama right there. And that is car. Oh, okay, it was. Now we're back on this other car.
Yeah, we did have a question on if there are any Agama cars there. Obviously, we're watching one, or we were. But yeah, there's a good group of Agama racers there. A lot of them coming from the UK. And we saw some mechanics in the pits wearing the Agama shirts, Nemo shirts. So yeah, there's definitely several there.
Mark Rumble there doing I think he's doing double duty. Team Great Britain
yeah.
manager as well as Agama support.
Yeah. And feeding me some inside info when I'm able to shoot him a quick message.
Yeah, let me. That's what we're relying on is inside information because we're not there. This is car number 7, Emilio. Another Spanish driver. So these guys will be familiar with all the Spanish drivers because they've been filming them all year. So we'll probably see a lot of Spanish drivers on our feed. I mean, it is in Spain, so they also have the most drivers as well. Well, right now we're following car number 7 of Emilio Jose Tensa, who's a 40-plus driver.
Yeah,
and as you can see, he's he went a little bit wide, got in the dust, but no harm, no fouls. He comes over this double into the straightaway. It's a nice size track. It's a very nice track. It looks like a beautiful facility. I think I'm going to try and visit this while I'm in Alicante and have a look at it before I head to Redovan in September. As he goes around that 180 up to that backstretch over that double, which is a very nice shaped triple. I can tell this is a Mugello track. I'm pretty sure. I'm wondering if Mugello built this track. I'm wondering if Mugello built this track. He kind of has his type of. You can see his style of track that he builds. I think it was him and his girlfriend. Getting it all wrong is Emilio. Right there, but Marshall gets him and flips him back over. And we are currently now following this brilliantly pink car with yellow wheels, clearing. Let's see what type of car. Let's see who it is. Car number 9. Oh, we have a UK guy, Darren Hayden.
Ah, yes. I think that's one of 2 Hayden balls that we've got at the event.
Euro 8 is the last weekend of July. Punchy. And I will not be commentating on that. I will be at another race.
We're going to have Nick on commentary for that one. And I'll be, at the same time, I'll be commentating the large-scale touring car Euros from Switzerland. Unfortunately, not there, but they just had a massive flood event that just happened to the track, so they've been very valiantly rebuilding it, basically. Most of the camping facilities, it's just checking out the I can't remember what, MRTM on Facebook. You just search for that, and you see all the pictures of them rebuilding the camping area. The track itself is unaffected because obviously it's tarmac and asphalt and all that. But the camping area is absolute floodplain. But so it'll be good though. And the week before is large scale touring car Euros. And
there's a lot of racing going on that weekend.
Yes, large scale,
a lot of big racing.
Yeah. And then the week before that is ETS for electric touring car. It's a very busy time for us.
Marky says, "I will be back then." I hope you tune in. I'll be calling quite a big race in the USA, so I'll be there for that. And then I will be together with the RC Racing TV crew in September. Ooh, somebody's getting told off in Spanish. Somebody getting told to give back that position or not fight for the position.
And we got. We're definitely getting to the sharp end of the proceedings here. We got 2 drivers in the 48s and 3 drivers in the 49s. So, and everybody is running as well. So, we're getting to some pretty quick racers now.
Yeah, you can see now that groove is starting to get darker and darker each round. So the more fuel and more tires being consumed there, it's just gonna get better grip. Maybe not more. It will definitely get more grip, but it'll probably get a more predictable grip as well. So it will be interesting to see how these drivers do with that. And I know like a David Todd or Iker Tellez and one of these guys are really wanting to because they are pursuing the professional RC career. I know they definitely want to get themselves a Euro B win under their belt.
Attention to individual finishings.
But this guy is looking very good out there in this blue and white car. I think we was following him earlier. This is the... Oh, as we hear the little beep, 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 beep sound, that means that this is over. Their 9 minutes is up.
What was that sound?
Beep, 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 beep. It sounds like a little mini air horn. Beep, 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 beep.
Finished car 4.
So we had a question.
I don't know if Dylan Saunders is racing this
Yeah,
match.
I'm literally just looking up his name. I don't see him on the list.
No.
So no Dylan Saunders. Unless I've missed him. Don't think so.
Finished car 1.
You guys will be covering the Hearts GP, correct, Frank?
I believe so, yes.
Finished car
You're in
7.
Hearts GP, right? Yes. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think you've done it every year, so. no
It's one of Nick's
surprise, yeah.
favourites.
Finished car 2. Finished car 6.
Like, I'm
loves a bit
assuming he
of
doesn't
Hearts
have to
GP.
travel very far.
11.
Yeah, exactly.
Finished car
I think he just does it, just him and Ash.
All right.
So we're going to make a few minor adjustments
Car
to what we
0.
see from the
Yeah.
timing, because it's frustrating me that we can't see how much of the race is left currently. So we're going to lose timing for a short while, and then it will come back and we'll have a countdown clock so we know how much of the race is left, because that would be really nice to be able to see that. But
finished car 2.
we'll have 3 minutes until the next run, so that's good news.
Finished.
And you know what, we've got a massive bevy of things that we can watch to fill gaps.
Oh, yes. I tried to touch on this earlier, but there was so much stuff to cover. There's some amazing bits of interview footage from previous Euro B events. Some very familiar names, not so familiar faces.
Well, if you really try, you'll recognise them.
Yes.
Yeah, baby racers who we know now quite well to be fully grown men who drive quite fast.
Yes.
But anyway, yeah, we're going to check out some of those clips in a little bit, and we will be back with you very shortly. But let's have a quick look at where the Worlds is going to be taking place in September of this year.
Needs to go for Champagne, and he'll take the win. One more corner, and it's a win for Ronnefalk. What a fantastic performance. And Boots is champion. Boots takes it. Wow, what an amazing performance from Elliot Boots. That is remarkable. Turns around, Burton's going to get it. Either me, Burton comes around, Burton is good in! Burton is the European champion! What a result! What a race! He's come back as a new David Ronnefalk. He's come back as your new European champion. 3-time winner, David Ronnefalk takes the Euros in fantastic style.
Yes, I still know how to win, I guess.
There we go. And we're back.
We
Definitely
are back.
Some good racing to look forward to there.
Yeah, that was a selection of European wins, European tracks, and quite a hefty dose of Redovan, which of course is where the Wills is taking place. But we had a brief look at Chile in there. It was the incredibly wet track from Ricardo Berton's European Championship winning year. That was
a good race.
It was.
Yes.
It really was.
That was.
Are you coming to the Euros, Lefty? Lefty, are you going to be at the Euros?
I wish I was, but I'm not. No, I will be at Big American race that weekend. Wicked weekend.
Okay.
But I've never been to a Euros, so it's definitely. I was told that I'll be there next year. It's going to be in Barcelos.
Of course, and it's like you're home from home, Barcelos, right?
I love Portugal. I love it there. I want to live there. I like it a lot.
It's the same time zone as the UK, so you wouldn't have to get up too early.
No, I'll be there. I'll be there. They're going to do a track change too, so it should be interesting to see. And of course, they have the first ever EFRA E-Buggy World Championships at the E-Buggy Arena in Barcelos next year as well. So that would be great. About time E-Buggy got a World Championship. But Nitro is still in the glory, and it's all about Nitro here. So
definitely.
Let's have a look if we had some of these races. Oh, there we go. We have a timer. Thank you. Now we have a timer. 20 seconds.
Yeah. We don't have to look away at multiple screens too often anyway.
Absolutely. All righty. So let's see. This is group number 8. So we got four more races to go in the heat. We're going to starting to see, I guess, some of the faster drivers come up. As the track is getting faster, we got 5 minutes and 17 seconds left to go in this seeding round 1 for group 8. And we are currently following car number 2 of Jose Salas, as he just cases that jump, but was able to carry momentum. Salas currently being scored in 3rd, and he looks wild out there is the best way I could describe it. As he makes his way, there's a little bit of elevation as he goes up over that off-camera jump onto that double. This track definitely has quite a bit of turns on it. Car number 3, I think that is. Let's see. Or that might be car number 7. If it is, it's our leader from France, Dan Robin. Ooh. Great save by whoever that was, as they went off the track multiple times within a few seconds and was able to bring it back and hold on. And then now he's getting into some lap traffic, and there's a track cut that is going to be penalized. There's Harold making the run.
Self-penalty.
Self-penalty. He didn't even need Stetson to give it to him. I'm trying to see which car this is, but I think it's either car number 3 or 7.
Car 3 is the one that just was off the track. So
this
I think this is still car 3.
All right, so that's Elian Fernandez, who's scored on currently in 6th.
Yeah, car 3.
Gained his composure. Yep, gained his composure a little bit. His car looks bright. I love his colors. It's good to see it all painted up. Ooh,
always run race
sideways. Yep, he gets a little bit sideways where he had a lot of issues on that part of the track earlier, so he was able to figure that out. And he's going to set his sights on bumping up a little bit in this heat. He has 3 minutes and 7 seconds left to go. But Dan Robin is out front right now, followed by Jose Salas and Zacharias.
I wonder if Dan Robin is related to Tom Robin.
I mean, I'm thinking he's from France, and it's Robin. Maybe it could be some sort of could be, or we could be just looking at somebody that is a very popular French name. Tom Sartell's in this race as well. He's currently being scored on in 5th.
One of the fairly sizable Sartell clan. No Parientes in this one. think there's at least 3 of them in this this event. There are 5 40-plus racers in this one.
We got Mick Butler. He's from Ireland. He's in this, I believe. Well, he's sure in England.
Nice.
No, he's from England.
England,
He's
yeah.
from England. Sorry. I know he worked for Model
GB,
Train for a little bit.
according to the flag, but yes, we know he's England. Matt and I used to work with him.
Yeah.
Yes. I think he works at Schumacher now, doesn't he?
Think so.
Yeah.
We're just having a few issues with the feed coming in from Spain, and just bear with us. It will be back. I think it's back already.
And there we go.
So
And
3
we are
drivers in
still
the 48s.
We are following a car.
I want to say 4.
I think we need to get to having different color combinations. So we just look for the color combination and know what number they are.
Yeah, like a horse
Raw
jockey.
actually did that. Raw actually did that for the Nationals last year, and
Really?
it made it a lot easier. Yes. So they had
What,
different
how did they
backgrounds,
do that?
So they had as many. So whatever they knew how many drivers were going to be in each heat, and so number 1 would be red with a white number 1. Number 2 would be yellow background with a black 2,
Really?
and so forth. They had different color combinations. So you just had to go look for the color combination, and you knew. And then what I did was just lay out all the stickers in front of me, and then I just looked at the stickers and I know which one was which.
Just stick them to the top of the monitor.
Yeah.
That's. It sounds a little weird, but it seems to make sense actually.
Yeah. Chris Lovell corrected me. Mick ain't Irish. I know. I know. I'm gonna bumble things like that. The only reason I thought he was Irish was because he worked for Model Team for a little while. So I do apologize. And we got Jan Disler tuning in from Switzerland.
Attention to individual finishings.
All right, 4 seconds left to go. Group 9 up next. I honestly don't think they need to water the track anymore. Number 1. Car number 1, Zacharias, currently scored down in 3rd. Let's see if he can put in a hot row. He almost got caught up on that concrete curbing.
Finished car 3.
Car number 8, please go to the pit lane.
According to the schedule, they're supposed to water the track after Group 12.
So that's the beginning of preceding 2.
So maybe they're not going to alternate the heats then, if they're only doing it in between rounds. Ooh.
Yeah.
A little rail slide right there. Sorry, everybody. We're just talking amongst ourselves, trying to figure out how things are going to go. Obviously, once qualifying starts tomorrow, we'll have a better grasp on how things are going. Or later on today. Car number 9. That is. He's from Greece. Ooh, I'm not even going to try to say that name.
We were waiting.
Yeah. Savas.
Yeah. Teodoru.
Teodoro. There we go. Frank got it.
There you go. It seems odd to me that they seem to enter the pit lane from both directions.
Yeah,
I've never seen that before.
I'm really surprised that the referee hasn't shouted at anyone for doing that.
Just either way you want to come in the pit lane, that's fine. it's fine. It's not even wide enough for having like a two-way street on the pit lane.
No.
But that's how they do it. That is how they do it. Well, that was heat number 9. Getting to the sharp end of things, there are 12 groups, and that was 9 done.
Just very quickly, we have a massive weather update.
Oh,
it's not going to change.
Fantastic. Weather is going to be dry and dusty.
Yes. 32 degrees, which is hot in Fahrenheit. I think it's, close to over 90 degrees Fahrenheit, I want to say. Some new rubber tires on that sucker there. How shiny those are.
That would be. Let's see.
Oh,
if
there
I
we
can
go.
figure out who that is.
Someone running an Associated wanting to show us their tire selection. No spec tires at this event, as normal for the European Championships. For off-road buggy, anyway.
Yeah, we just have a spec tire in this class for the 40 plus this year, I think, as a kind of a trial.
Yes. And that was pretty big news for some reason around the world.
Highly controversial. Keenan, are you a spec tire man or no?
I am all for spec tire. I don't understand why 8-scale off-road has not adapted that while every other form of RC racing in the world has. And if you talk to a lot of these pro guys, like, I'm not going to say, but I'm going to tell you, he's one of the best drivers in the world. We were having a discussion about this. And he says the only way for this to be completely fair, and he says, I think it should be spec tire at Royal National events, European events, and World Championship events. And it saves a lot of money for companies. The only thing it doesn't, I'm also of two minds with that situation because I also want to see the best of the best. But that's why we have a pro class, right? So it comes back to, should we have a pro class? There's a whole pro class that runs. It's weird. I am for spec tires, but at the same time, I also am for. I do love the competition of the tires within the pro side of things. So maybe for the Joes, the regular racers who aren't getting paid to do this, a spec tire is a great option to keep costs down for them. But I'm kind of mixed because I like the tire wars as well for those guys who don't have to pay for it.
Yeah, I agree. I used to be a hardcore touring car racer, and I was back in the days of the Proline S3s, which were literally one-run touring car tires, absolutely ridiculous. $50 or more per set, and then if you have a bad run, you just burn $50. And I agree. I will name names because I had a good chat. Actually, almost a lecture from Bruno Coelho, one of the more recent times that I went to Radovon, and he was just telling me all about how just frustrating it is that it really needs to be a spec tire. And I was kind of wavering on the fence about it. I was like, well, it is, top guys. But I think for organized European and national events, probably it should be a spec tire. But for a race, like, I don't know, just name a big race that's an independent race. Why not? Just go, have an open tire if you want.
But can I put the argument across from a completely different angle? And that angle is that the media rely on sponsors to make events coverage like this happen. Like, we rely on that. If you go to a spec tire race, you will never get a tire company sponsoring any of the media. If they are the chosen spec tire, they don't need to sponsor it because they're everywhere. If they are not the chosen spec tire, they don't want to have anything to do with the event, and they pretend it doesn't even happen. So you will not get a tire sponsor at a spec tire event, which does damage the quality of the coverage. That is just my 2 pence.
Yeah, there's various aspects
and
perspectives for sure.
So the top driver that told me this was Ryan Mayfield as we was having this. It was actually last year at Wicked Weekend, and we got to chatting about it. But I get his side was it's just fair for everybody, and I get that. I understand that. But yeah, there's so many races out there that we don't have spec tires. Why not have a world championship with a spec tire? But I get all the points, and I think there's just so much. Being as 8 scales, such a very big class worldwide, there's so much money involved in tires right now that these companies want their tires to win and do well, and there's so much competition going on out there. So I get that too.
Yeah. Let us know what you think in the comments, whether you're on the EFRA Facebook page or YouTube channel, or on the RCTV Facebook page.
I hate spec tire, says Crunchy D8. So there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Definitive.
Make your mind up. Don't sit on the fence, Crunchy ID.
I mean, if you is that your final answer, or? Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of ways to see it, and yeah, a lot of it is a little, I don't know, depending on how you look at it, there are certain classes that have just gravitated very rapidly and quite a long time ago to spec tire.
I think what's happened in 8 scale is that it's become so tire dependent that people are just used to putting on the fast tire that works, right? I'm gonna just put on this compound, and you go like, I'm using from an American race, you go through so many different, even in indoor races, like in the morning, you might start out with this tire, this compound because of the temperature. And by this time, there's so much going into it. And I also think that having a whole bunch of tires on your pit table is an ego thing as well. But it really
build a wall.
It costs a lot of money. And,
I'll tell you that at the Euro.
I thought it was great at the RCGP with RC2. I thought it was great, but it has to be controlled. I like how they control it. It can't be like, hey, we're having a spec tire at the Worlds and you can buy as many tires as you want. No, there should be some control to it.
Yeah. And that's true.
Every other class in RC at a national, European and a world event have spec tires. The only classes that don't have it is the 1/8 scale class.
And at the electric Euros, which wasn't a spec tire for this class that we were at a few weeks ago, I was talking with one of the top pro guys. We mentioned his name much earlier in the chat. And he had literally an entire OGO bag, a travel bag, full of just his sponsors' tires, just to select. And that's running one brand of tires. So you imagine what a privateer sportsman level racer is going to be just like scrambling around trying to find the right wheel, tire. Is it belted version? Is it the clay compound? What insert am I running? There's hundreds and hundreds. It's so costly. But
not to mention that the manufacturers are sending all these tires to different countries for a world championship. Like that was, that's also another issue. Like it costs a lot of money. But
and we had some big
love the competitive side.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, at one side of it, I think you need to have like a super competitive sort of thing where you have that tire war, like you were saying. And so the manufacturers and the racers end up knowing, oh yeah, this is the fastest. This really is the fastest. But then for the sportsman, on the other side of that seesaw is the sportsman racer. If you don't have sportsman racer showing up because, oh, my travel costs are this amount, my accommodation costs are this amount, and my tire costs are this amount, on top of spares and everything else and fuel, it's just another thing that makes adds to the cost of racing.
Chris Lovell says you can't do a spec tire, super anti-competitive, and eventually there will only be one tire company. Not sure. I mean, I think it's important that it's a different spec tire at each event, or at least a different brand.
Yeah,
but then, if you pick the wrong spec tire for a spec tire event, it will be a horrible event, and everybody will be very, very sad.
And we've seen that happen
many times,
haven't we? At events that we've personally covered, you and I, Matt. Yeah. So it's there are things that can go wrong, but lessons get learned.
Let's talk about a prime example of that would be when we went to SNB for 2022. And everybody was saying, this is the wrong tire to be on, that they had picked for that track, right? The tire needs to be like this. And I agree with people. The tire needed to be like that. But at the end of the day, that was the right tire picked for that track because the tire degradation was so great that those tires were the early tires that lasted the entire 45-minute main, right? Because it was a very high traction sugar track. And I remember everybody was complaining about the tires and saying this and doing that. And this is the tire for that. That's the culture of we just want to slap the fast tire on there and not work on our setup. But that tire, the thing is, when you have a spec tire, everybody's on that tire. And it ended up being the right tire for the event at the end of the day. And you had a limited amount. So
it's the classic line of it's the same conditions for everybody. Yeah.
Oh, Elliot Boots chimes in. Ooh. Let's see what he has to say. You could offer a spec tire class at an event, which I know some big races that do that alongside a normal class and let people decide for themselves. So they do that up in the Pacific Northwest. I think maybe Justin Wiley's race series has it, or maybe either one of the other ones. I have another one up there called the Northwest Rage Tour. They actually have a spec tire class, so you can choose to run that class and run a spec tire.
So it's not like a pro and an RC2 class. It's just two classes, and you might get pros in the spec class, and you might get pros in the open class.
Yeah.
I think the American races are their own sort of beast, and Elliot can definitely chime in on this because he's been and won to many of these races. They have so many entries, like 600, 700 at some of these, where people run 4 different classes just to have all the track time that you can possibly have. Mm-hmm. And so you got truggy, sportsman, two-wheel drive, whatever, all the different things. And so, yeah, you have that space that you can go, here's a spec tire class. And as many people fill that as they can. But they're also running the open tire class. Or, you know, they're gigantic events. And the European races are just seemingly a bit smaller.
So Kevin Castle says, if we have a controlled tire because of cost and fairness, then why not have a spec fuel, a spec engine, or the fact a spec car, all of which will save cost? Not necessarily, because tires are highly consumable.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that thought in my head earlier, and it's not really a slippery slope argument type of thing.
Yeah, because tires are what can make a big difference. Like having an engine with more power doesn't make a difference. Like if you can't control it. So the tire, like, it's just, I get both sides of it. I get Elliot's argument as well, you know, but I mean, I don't think you compare it to having a spec engine or a spec car, because an engine lasts you, well, it might last you a long time. It might last you 5 minutes. Depends how you tune and drive. But tires are something that stay consistent. When you have a plethora amount of tires and you have different compounds that you can use at different times of the day, then it makes a big difference, right? And tires are 80%, 75% of setup. Like, anybody can tell you that.
The only thing that touched the ground.
Exactly.
Bringing us back to this track, Jonathan Wolf, who is an RC Racing TV hero. Jonathan, thank you for tuning in and for commenting along with us. Some of the curbs and pit lane look quite brutal. I imagine there's going to be some DNFs in the finals.
Yes.
It's brutal. And I imagine there will be too. Jonathan also agrees with Elliot's point. Lots of people agreeing with Elliot's point. Crunchy D8, yeah, good day. Nice of you to drop in, Elliot. So yeah, maybe we can get Elliot on screen to comment along from home. Let's see if we can make that happen. Yeah. Because we will be taking guests throughout the weekend. So if we can get Elliot on board. Can I shamelessly plug?
You guys were talking about Elliot Boots. Hey, I had a great conversation with Elliot Boots this week. That should be out next week.
That's you, so Elliot. Unprompted.
It just is so natural.
Hey, Ryan Donovan says, hey guys, can you give a shout out to Steven Seagull on tour, his Facebook name? He's on his debut RC event right there right now, flying and pooping around the pooping. Okay, got you. Pooping around the pits. Shout out to
had it right the first time.
Right, Steven Seagull on tour. Hello to you.
Hello, and Jonathan Wolf, too, to you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget to thank EFRA. This is an EFRA event. Go to EFRA.ws to find out more about this class of racing and all the other classes of racing there are. Let's have a look at the full screen action again. Thank you to X-Ray, Hot Race Tyres, Mebo Sport, the all-in-one place eShop for all your RC needs, S-Works, T-Works, and of course Techno. Thank you to all of our supporters helping us make this happen. Frank's looking at this. Stephen the Seagull on tour Facebook page currently has 63 followers. Is it safe to share? It's an actual seagull.
Yes, it's a stuffed seagull
en route to Saks. Well, it's not a stuffed, as in a taxidermied seagull.
Yeah.
It's
more
of a
stuffed toy.
It is.
Plushie. But look, it is actually.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
He's running a Mugen.
There you go. You need to go.
He's got a chip in his mouth.
On Facebook, you need to go and find Steven the Seagull on tour.
Oh, my goodness.
And give it a follow because all the adventures are happening.
I love he's got a chip in his mouth.
Exactly. What group's on now? Because it's slightly cropped. Is it group 10 now?
It is group number...
Nacho Sanchez.
Group number 10.
There you go.
We're following car number 11, which is
Billy Grindley. So a lot more familiar names in this one, yeah. And so many racers in the 49 and 48 second bracket. All but 2 out on track have already done 48 second laps, 49 second laps. One just hit 47. Wow, 47.5 for Manuel Iniesta.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Ben Johnson. How are you, man? You gonna do some boating? We got Johnny Skidmore, about 30 different tire manufacturers and counting. And Jonathan Wolf says, we're gonna end the spec tire debate because that will go on forever and ever. I like both sides of that argument. So
I do
but
too.
No spec tires.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no spec tires for this weekend. It's all about getting the optimum performance out of your package and driving it. As we see the track, as we see some faster guys coming up, and they seem to be getting a little bit more of a groove track. Lap times are going to drop down. We see these 2 faster groups. And somebody is called Mush. Oh, Jonathan Wolf's nickname is Mush, apparently. Like Mushy P.
It's a British thing.
What's that?
Okay.
All right, Mush.
Mush.
It's like, all right, me dog. Hey, up.
Oh, yeah,
hey,
because
Chuck.
it says all reet mush.
Yeah.
So, yes. Yeah.
Kevin, you've had that argument before, and I don't agree with you. Me and Kevin have had that argument on Facebook. The green car is piloted by... Once we know the numbers, we can let you know. But I think it's car number 11, and it looks like it's Andrea Can, who would be an Italian.
It's car 10, yeah.
But right now, we're following car number
10.
8.
Coming into the pit lane now is car 10. I believe,
okay. So that's
my eyes,
John,
I believe, could be wrong. Yeah, because it's Muscle Dude from Slough.
Is it?
I believe so.
Is it the same guy?
Look, that's car 10. Yeah. Okay, so we're watching car 10. Now we're not. But we were. And we were in Slough. This is car 4.
It is the same guy.
The JQ are like
Ben and I were
4.
like just like bodybuilder posing to each other. We need to find out that guy's name.
Lewis Jones, whoever's pitting for Lewis Jones is well stacked, shall we say. But this, of course, is car number 4, Eric. Yeah. Slight JQ looking body there, Keenan.
A little bit
Eric
too much yellow in it.
Love him or hate him.
Okay, so Muscles is Darren Hayden Ball, says John Skidmore.
I've just messaged Mark Rumble to find out who it is.
He's like, I thought you were going to be reporting on the race. This is the level of investigative journalism. Oh dear. Oh dear.
So Crunchy Eye says, I like what Lefty said. He says we should take pictures of the people and not their cars. I think he said that before. But,
but what does he mean?
Racing
I didn't understand what that meant.
So when we do coverage over in the USA, we take headshots of people, right? So the person's face comes up there, and then, but that's more for the racer to take up. Let me tell you a little bit something about taking headshots and doing all that type of stuff. It is probably one of the hardest things to get people to do at a race. Let alone, so what if we have 10 cars that have got white bodies on them, that have just got one can paint jobs? We're not be able to know the difference, right? I agree with you. I think Mod might do something like that. I've seen people do where they have just a car.
RCGP obviously led the way with this.
But they just had all cars painted the same colors. They had the cars painted the same colors.
Photos of the drivers.
Right. We did that, right? Yeah, we did that.
Yeah.
I could forget that.
Yeah, of course.
But I mean, I like the idea of doing the body shells, but you're going to run into that. You're still going to be a stretch to see what they are. The answer is just to have clear and concurrent numbers on the car so you can pick them out. Like, that's what they need to do. Like, honestly. And that's something that needs to happen at all races a little bit more.
It's a bit like with the way Formula One kind of followed the route that the World Endurance Championship did with the shark fins, so that they could the teams could put more sponsors on the cars, but also so that they could put numbers so that the spectators and people who aren't, I know exactly which driver that is, like level of geekery can follow. Oh, well, that is car number such and such, very easily spot it on TV. So I don't know if that's if that's anything that's
if we rewind to RCGP, the last year when they had the cars running the same, like on the RCGP side, they had the cars running the same colors, right? But different color wings and wheels. Now that got confusing.
That would be kind of cool.
That got confusing.
Like white wheels, white wings.
In hindsight, it was great. In hindsight, it was a good idea, but it was very confusing for, I think, the spectator watching, and it was also confusing for as a commentator calling it. In the beginning, we got used to it, but I think people know like what Dakota Fenn's car looks like or Elliott Booth's car looks like. What about Ongaro? Like Ongaro changes his paint job every race, So
it's usually blue and white and yellow and orange.
But it's more yellow now. It's more yellow now. Well, I like the idea, Crunchy. Implementing it is a big difference. And it comes down to manpower, right? You guys are going to these races with 2 people, 3 people at the most. We're going to races over there in the USA with 3 people, 4 people. And we're trying to do moving cameras, interviews, all that type of stuff, headshots. I like the headshots. It puts people. So when we first started doing the headshots, people would not come up and do it. And now when we go to a race, people line up to get their headshots because they want to see themselves on TV.
That's
and
cool,
the people at home want to see themselves.
But you have to set aside a setup day for doing all the headshots, right?
Yes, you do.
I mean, it's time consuming.
We kind of do it during the racing because there's no time to take off during these big American races. So we kind of just do it like during the first round of qualifying, like after they turn marshal, people will come up and then we just have a line and we do it for a set amount of time. We're going to do headshots from this time to this time, and the race director is constantly calling them out. But now people come and get it done. Or a lot of people say, well, you had my headshot from the last race. Well, we want a new one.
But you change your haircut.
You start charging for headshots.
Well,
$10 a headshot.
It's also fun because you get to meet the racers, right? As a commentator, I get to meet the racers because I'm always there helping out and doing it. But I do like the idea of having the car. I've actually said that, but then I thought about it and I thought about how difficult it would be to do that. I understand. Now, I think for the pro side of things, it's very easy to do that. Now, I think if we had a pro guy and probably his car on the side, we could see that. And then people that are just tuning into this type of, I know we probably should be talking about this like in private, but it was brought up. I think that the people who are just tuning in who may not know the drivers, right? Because the pro side of things is really what we kind of wanted to promote. Like that was RCGP's goal. So if you have the pro drivers, like here's Dakota Fenn, here's a picture of his car, so people know what is going on out there. I think that's good. But to do it for an entire event of, I mean, you go to some of these USA races, we're talking 350, 375, 400 people.
Yeah.
People. And then there's various different classes at these races. Yeah. Some of them run truggy, some of them run e-buggy, some of them run 40 plus. So it becomes confusing. And on an American side of things, on this side of things where there's one race, one heat, there's one Nitro buggy race, it could be done. But I agree with you, Crunchy, but I don't think it's possible to do that for the entire field. Yeah. And then, like I said, what about when you come to America? When you come to America, when you have people running E-Buggy, E-Truggy, Truggy, Nitro Buggy, 40 plus E-Buggy, 40 plus Truggy, 40 plus E. So, you're talking about one person who may be running 4 classes, 5 or 6 classes, but you have to take 5 different pictures of that person, enter it all into this computer, you have to code all that stuff, and then have to make it work with 3 people on site. Because you're not sending a broadcast crew of 10, 15 people to do this stuff. Normally, when it's RC Racing TV, it's these 2 guys, a guy at home, and a cameraman. It's kind of the same for what we do at what we do in America. But back to racing. So we have the top heat here. I think this is Iker Tellez, who took very fat. Well, he's not. This isn't Iker. I know his paint job, but this is the sharp end of the stick, as you guys say. We have Bradley Bird, Iker Tellez, Hugo Taravon, Eric Leike, Gabriel Astorino, very fast young driver from Italy, who's been doing some very good things.
We have some very recognizable names now. Yeah.
Yep. So now, I think that's David Todd right there. How do I know? Because I recognize his paint job.
Car number 1.
But that's because I've seen him quite a lot. So he is currently flying. He was at the E-Buggy World Cup. He is looking very fast. He is running a Mugen. That car looks good. Ooh, he's getting a little drift action there. But some very fast, up-and-coming young racers here.
Almost everyone doing under 50 seconds as their fastest lap. Iker and Hugo both doing 47 in the 47-second lap range. And then David Todd just joined.
David Todd just 47.4. Yeah, Todd just threw down a 47.4. So he is on the rails right now. But it's not about that one fast lap. It's about 3 consecutive fast ones. So let's see what happens. Sorry, this is group 11, so we have one more group after this. But Iker out front right now, making a move from from Mayako to Techno. And somebody's getting a penalty from Stetson. Car number 8. That's Hugo Tavaran from France. Oh, he gave it back. He is a Gamma drive. He's in that white car, actually, right there behind him. Ooh, Stetson land on the law.
Yeah. Speaking of Agama, I just got some inside info from the Agama team. I was asking about some tire choices and what it's looking like. No one is running bar yet, which I think we can, we've seen that. Everyone's running the basically close space mini pins. So most of the Agama team seems to run 6-mic tires. So he says they're running the Scratch, which is a smallish close pin, and also the Matrix, which is also a smallish close pin. I can't picture them off the top of my head, but I will Google search them and just see. But yeah, no one is running bar tires yet, which are kind of the next step in once the traction picks up and the dust is blown away.
Crunchy wants to know how tire wear is. We'll find out from you, Matt or Frank. I already messaged y'all to ask about that, but he's probably busy.
I just did as well.
Chris Lovell says are there no other refs in the world besides this? I tell you what, if they had an academy to train refs, which I think should be a good thing that IFMAR does, Stetson should be leading that, in my opinion. Like, I think you should have to get certified as a referee, like you have to get certified as a umpire or a football coach. No, seriously, I do believe that. And I think that IFMAR and EFRA could be leading that because they have the refs and all that stuff. But Stetson would be a great person to head that, because there are people out there that, and then you could develop your own style. But I think he is a great referee. He takes no nonsense, and people know that. And I think people like that. Yeah, Jonathan Wolf, unfortunately, we cannot follow anybody because we have no control of the cameras. It's the Spanish Association that's in control, and we have no communication with them. They're not even listening to us. So we will not be able to follow any cars. Not today, anyway.
Yeah, we're basically taking a world feed, sort of like F1 and MotoGP or cycling do. But I think they're doing a pretty decent job of showing the faster guys as they come around.
Right now, I think they're on David Todd.
Yeah, I think so. Car 3.
Frank, you are.
Oh no, sorry, it's Hugo Ibanez. Sorry.
This is Hugo Tavaron right here, who got got a little telling off from Stetson earlier.
Yeah.
Agama got a very big presence here at the Euro B. It's very good to see as well for the Team Agama team, Nemo Racing.
Yeah, you can. The lack of a front shock tower is the main telltale on being able to
He
spot
probably will
an
be
Agama car.
Look at it. It's so easy to tell it apart. Crunchy Stetson probably will be the World Championship referee. He was in 2022.
I'd imagine so, yes.
Ooh, I like Kevin Caston's idea. We'll talk about that after this race. But right now we're following the French driver Hugo Tavaron. In that all-white Agama. He has not got his race paint on yet. Ooh, somebody got a lap deleted. Ooh.
Wow. I've actually never heard of that. That's amazing.
Oh, Stetson is not happy. There's two Agamas right there. Ooh, nice.
I like to call what he's doing is calling traffic for the faster guys and saying number 8, you have a faster car, blah blah blah. But obviously it's he's only speaking in English. But English is the official language of all EFRA events. So if you speak no English,
maybe they need a translator up there. Ooh,
car number 0.
We have a turtle caravan going ballistic. Great martial effort.
That was Eric Likey. One of our British
that
junior racers. Yeah, almost certainly running the Agama. You can see those lay down front shocks. Doing very well. I was getting some inside info from Hazelwood about at the Slough event we covered about just how they deal with picking not just the shock oils, because obviously it's a very different way to set up a car, but basically they run it's backwards from what a normal upright shock car uses. As far as the diffs, they run stiffer diffs in the front and harder, whatever. I haven't run Buggy in so long, I'm sorry, but I think they run harder shocks or harder oils in the front normally. Is that right, Lefty? On an upright
pretty
shock
much
car?
in general.
Yeah. So they swap it around basically. They swap the basic setups front to rear, and run the center of roughly the same, if I remember correctly. And that's basically what they've done. The car's been out for about a year now, with the laydown, the N1 body chassis, and they've got quite a bit of development now. Obviously, a big British team, but it is expanding into Europe very slowly. Obviously, these things take time, developing a whole new brand. So I thought that was time ended. But
I have to give Hazelwood, Rumble, and Nemo a lot of credit for doing their own thing. And I've seen I've seen a couple of these cars because I go to the Southeast quite a lot in America, and Don Elliott and Will McGyver are two Agama drivers that are fairly decent, regionally fast guys, and they race quite a lot. Like, man, Don, if there's a race going on, and there's David Todd's dad right there next to Liam.
Oh, yes, I recognize him there, yeah.
Yeah, he's actually from Ireland. So David Todd is actually of Irish descent, English descent. Yes, there are some females racing, Philippa Pim and a couple of others, Crunchy. But basically, I've seen the Agama race on very rough American tracks, very high traction American. I guess I'm not live, am I?
Yeah, you're live. You are live. Keep going.
Oh, okay, I'm
sorry. Don't let him distract
high traction track. I've seen that Agama go on probably the most blown out track ever, which I'm going to next weekend. and do just as good as any car with regular stand-up shock. So I give a lot of credit to Hazelwood and those guys for sticking to their what they believe in and what they want to do, and doing something different in RC.
Yeah, for sure. And the two-wheel drive buggy looks intense. It looks really cool. It looks really cool. I just want to say that there were two racers in the control practice run that we just saw that actually got into the 46s for their fastest lap time.
Ooh.
And that was Iker Tellez and David Todd. Yeah.
No surprises there. No surprise.
A little exclusive you can hear from David Todd in the RCGP Inside Track, which was filmed at the e-Buggy Euros with Nick Damon and a host of special guests. That is going to be going live at some point in the next 24 hours. Awesome. So watch out for that on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. A fantastic chat. Find all about David Todd and his Irish heritage and his Spanish allegiance, and a whole host of other world champion comes along, and others.
We had a few drop-ins.
A few drop-ins. But anyway, speaking of drop-ins, we're going to take a minute and we will be back with you right after this.
This is my motorsport.
I put everything into this.
It's given me so much more back.
The best friends.
The best moments.
The best skills.
And experiences.
I put hours into tuning the setup of my car.
From camber to tow.
To differential.
The shocks, tires.
Body and wing.
Adjusting everything in search of perfection.
Lap after lap after lap.
I practice endlessly on track.
And then it's time to race.
We are in for a barnstormer.
Wants to make the he makes a move stick.
Ronald has a look down the inside, can't find a gap there.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line, and Skidmore takes it. Killick gets a kick down the straight.
Oh, Walter's going for the lead.
Through for the third spot. It looks like Newman's got it.
Bruno gets the jump off the start, and Ronald Volker, it's all gone wrong for him.
Your European champion, Dario Balestre.
Racing at every level is hard.
And it doesn't always go your way.
Leading Newman. Oh, Newman's had a nightmare.
Oh, and that's Figueiredo rolling.
Spot on the pony. Oh, Garo's over.
Oh, Ballestri's flamed out. Ballestri's flamed out. They can stop. Oh, Krajcik is just gone. He's taken out the fence.
Oh, and he's got the cone of justice.
Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Sometimes you lose,
but you'll never forget the important things you win.
I've made the best friends through RC.
I joined a team through RC.
I traveled the world through RC.
I have a career through RC.
I have a business through RC.
I have a family through RC.
Together we race, and together we win.
Whoever you are,
you can race with us.
RC is the most accessible motorsport on the planet.
RC is my motorsport.
I put everything in.
It's giving me so much more back.
Thank you.
And we're back.
Ready for racing.
Is it going to be Group 12 next?
Should be.
Still says Group 11 on my timing, but I'm pretty sure we had Group 11.
Oh, so they're watering the track before Group 12? I think there's only 11 groups.
Have they consolidated down? Yeah.
They must have, so that the timing, the schedule we have is outdated then. Great.
Of course.
As it usually is.
Well, thank you for tuning in and being with us today. It's Control Practice Day at the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy European Championships B, and we're brought to you thanks to X-Ray, Hot Race, Techno, T-Works, S-Works, and Mebo Sport, the all-in-one place e-shop for all of your RC needs. And I'm Matt McCallum. We're RC Racing TV. Alongside me is Frank McKinney, and we are blessed to be in the presence of Mr. Lefty the Great from the No Name RC podcast. Above us.
Hello.
There he is.
Hello.
Hello, mate.
Just reading the chat, and we have a few people solutions for the not knowing whose car it was, Kevin Casson had a solution where you put an LED light on the back underneath the wing. You could get different colors, stuff like that. Might be good for night racing. Not sure how good it would be for day racing, especially on a sunny day, but could work. And Basement David Bauman says, so the solution would be a database assigned with the transponder number that only RC racing streamers can use and fill it up, and a system where a racer get access ID for it. But that also depends on MyLapse, who is very, it's not as, I think MyLapse transponders are used for many different other things. I'm not sure, not just RC racing.
Oh, yeah.
So it's
and
like,
all sorts of things,
it all comes down to this at the end of the day, and that is dinero, money.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. So it's all good, but let's build it. Give me money, says David Bauman. I don't know. You're a coder and all that stuff. You speak a different language than me, but a good friend of mine, David Bauman, we hung out in Portugal.
Oh, there's some really cool possible technical solutions, but yeah, like you say.
I mean, it would be great if everybody just used one sort of software to score races, but we can't even do that yet. So,
yeah.
Again, is that good? Is that great? Is that everyone pulling together, or is that anti-competition that slows down progress? It's there's fors and against with everything.
Absolutely, positive and negatives. Do the positives outweigh the negatives? I would like to ask the chat for some of our American guys tuning in, what you guys think about a B championship. We talked about it quite a lot on the podcast. It's something I would love to see happen in America. But what do you guys think about possibly having a B championships? Maybe a little more focus on the guys that don't have full factory support, give them some shine, sending these. I know these drivers have a very busy schedule. Sending them to help support these drivers at a race would be great and a great experience for up-and-coming racers, in my opinion.
Just real quick, just to explain what the B Championships is it's a championship that, because the what EFRA and Europe IFMAR call the IC 8th Buggy Championship, which are Nitro buggies. So because there's so many racers that can possibly race into the A championship, the main championship, which Ongaro and Ronafalk and all these guys compete in, they have the B championships and the B Euros. You're not allowed to race in it if you finish in the top 40 positions of any A championship in the preceding, I think it was 2 years, or in the A final from the past 15 years.
Yeah.
So basically, it's not for top guys. It's for the guys that you don't maybe see online a lot. Or, I mean, there's obviously there's lots of sponsored drivers in this group. So it's not the top guys, but there are some. Juan Carlos Canas has won this one. David Ronafalk has won this. Ricardo Breton, and lots of drivers. Marco Barfalo is another one. There's lots of drivers who we know from seeing on RCTV loads and loads of times who have won this race. And obviously there's second, third, top 10 of all those. I'm sure Ongaro's, he may not have won this way back when, but I'm sure he was on the podium a few times.
Actually, he had heartbreak in this class when he was very, very young, and it was at his home track. And I do remember him in tears on finals day after having a terrible, terrible race. And I think that's when Ricardo Berton won. I believe. No, Marco Barufalo. But anyway, yes. Ongaro doesn't tend to have good luck at his home track, which will be an interesting story when the Euros is at his home track, the A Euros that is, in just 2 to 3 weeks' time.
That's in Sacile, Italy, at the Ongaro Ring.
At the Ongaro Ring, there's very rarely home advantage. Well, there was in the warm-up, but that didn't count for anything. And no one wants to win the warm-up, do they? No.
Yeah. And they're going to change the design in Sacile as well. I was told, not completely, but they changed it pretty much the hill track, but they're going to make a few different, maybe a different surface too. I heard they glued the surface for the warm-ups, but the rain washed a lot of it away. Just want to answer some of the chats. Kevin Castle, everyone in America seems to have full factory support. I'm not talking about being sponsored, because sponsorship does not equate to skill level. I'm talking about having Ongaro is here at this race. probably helping out the Matrix guys, probably helping out the Associated guys, not racing. He's there showing support. That's what I'm talking about. It's like a stepping stone, but then the argument can be that America kind of has that because they have an intermediate class at most of these races, or expert, or that middle class, which can be. But I mean, having a driver there that doesn't have to worry about his racing, he can fully focus on you and helping out a team. I think it's a great thing. I mean, we saw great results from this at the RC GP Loves RC2 concept that we had going at RCGP. So it could be. And we'll see.
We will see indeed. I'm just muting the ambient audio because we're having a couple of glitches coming over in our feed from Spain, but we're here, don't worry. And we can still see the racing action in the screen. Cars will be released soon. I think they're watering the track a little bit more.
Yeah, there still are, yeah.
Here we go. Cars are off. Let's have a listen to that sound.
Do we have 3 seeding practices or just 2?
2.
Okay. Sure. Wrong right here?
Yes.
Well, according to the schedule that we have, which, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So we're running till 6:44 p.m. local time, which is 5:44 where we are in the UK. I have no idea what time that is in Dominican Republic, but it's we have another hour or so to go. 12:44, I'm hearing in my ear. So Keenan's lunchtime, our tea time. Cars are on track now.
Yeah, it's ready here, so. Another hour, 11:30. Yeah, about lunchtime. Crunchy says, Matt, how come I haven't seen you on RT Racing TV for a while?
How come you haven't seen me? I'm not sure.
You've seen his work.
He's busy and making sure they're steering the ship.
Yeah, I'm a behind the scenes guy usually, but this is fun. I'm enjoying doing this because it's new. So yeah, I like to do new fun things.
Yeah, once this gets old hat, he's like, I'm out.
I'll be over there somewhere trying to work out the next crazy thing that we can try and do. But there we go. ICAR, as you're seeing there, here are our colleagues over in Spain who are hosting the live stream for our Spanish viewers. And if Spanish is your native tongue or you prefer to hear it in Spanish, then by all means go over to the ICAR YouTube channel and you can watch that coverage there. It's the same pictures, it's just different audio. So, they are probably talking about the facts. And do we have any kind of overall after that first control practice?
Just about to post that into the EFRA broadcast.
A bit of a seeding that we can see maybe. I'll make Keenan full screen. I'll let him know.
I'm looking for it. Iker Tellez out front, it looks like. Iker Tellez, David Todd, Matisse Peri, Hugo Taveron, Hugo Ibanez, Manuel Iniesta, Ivan Navarro in 7th, Eric Leike in 8th, Eric Rodriguez in 9th, Tristan Rayner 10th, Gabriel Astorino 11th. Let's go through the top 16. I guess top 6 will go through to the semis. I always think that way. Tristan Rayner, Gabriel Astorino, Mark Dizawart, Nacho Jimenez, Alex Camba, Julius Skidalodi, Maximin Noble is your top 16 after the first seeding practice.
Absolutely.
I'm just putting that a link to that info and the list of the top 10 drivers in the EFRA broadcast channel. So if you check that out on the EFRA Facebook page, you can get a full link and the top 10.
Scan the QR code to the left of your screen there. You can join the 1/8 Buggy broadcast channel and get all of the info sent directly to your phone in the form of a Facebook message. It comes through Messenger. And we did this for the 1/10 Nitro track Euros, and it was a great success. We had many people join the group, and you were out and about over the weekend, and you can see...
Just pops up on your phone.
It just pops up, yeah. Oh, someone's TQ, etc., etc.
I finally got it. Just to explain, yeah, I finally got it after all that time. So just to explain to people how this is working, I know I have people message me and say, "Hey, so you going to Spain this weekend?" I really wish I was. I really wish I was. I am in somewhat of Spanish type of play. I am in a Spanish country, but I am home in the Dominican Republic. The A car have their own film crew who've done a great job of filming all the nationals. Got a national tour at this exact track about 2 months ago. That's on YouTube as well. So they're doing the filming. Matt, Frank, and Mr. Perry are doing all the production there in their studio there. You can see Matt and Frank. And of course, I'm in the NNRC studio here where you guys have seen me talk continuously about RC for too many hours. So
that's just one podcast.
That's how it's working. And then we have other people we have Stefan in Sweden. We have this person over here. So it's a multinational production there. Multi-continent production.
To a global audience, which is amazing.
Yes.
It's always amazing how that our dedicated viewers and listeners, or however you're consuming the feed here, people chiming in from all over, from, like I said, from Minnesota and California and Philadelphia and Australia and of course all over Europe. So yeah, great stuff. Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you again to our sponsors, X-Ray, Hot Race, Meebo Sport, S-Works, T-Works, Techno, RC, and of course to EFRA, who allow us to bring you this. We are the EFRA official media partner for EFRA, and you'll be able to see this and many more EFRA championships during the rest of the year.
Absolutely. You can see they just watered the track, so that groove is now gone. And it's going to have to be all made up all over again. But I guess the track crew knows what they're doing with it. And it shouldn't take too long to come back. It seems to be pretty hot there, so 90 in Fahrenheit, 90 plus degrees there in Spain. They have quite a breeze, and this is the last heat this is the last round of the day. It'd be interesting to see how they do it during qualifying tomorrow with the watering. I guess we'll find out.
Exactly.
We are currently following this yellowish car, which is car number 2. That is Oscar Martinez from Spain. You are watching the EFRA Euro B Championships from RC Sats in Alicante, Spain. And this is just practice day. Tomorrow is qualifying and some lower mains. So a full day of RC racing for all you RC fanatics out there. Get to see some and learn some new European names. I'll tell you the names to watch out for. Iker Tellez, David Todd, Hugo Taveron, Gabriel Estrano, the young likes. I think it's Eric. So be aware and watch these young racers go out there and compete. That's car number 3. That is Jonathan Molero, who's currently being scored down in 9th.
I'm told that the Hot Race guys are using the Miami Hards.
Really? That must be.
It seems to be quite a variation at this early stage, really, with the still the changeable track conditions. So some drivers liking the bigger pins, some liking the smaller pins. So it hasn't really condensed down to a single type of tire, really. So it's a bit of a mix still.
Well, it looks like the car we was following had a Carson. He flamed out and back into pits, but he still has time. They have 9-minute runs. He only has 1 minute left, so he doesn't have much time left.
No, you're not going to get in 3 laps in 1 minute.
So I just looked at that. Unfortunate. All right, let's see who we're following now. You can see that the track has definitely lost some traction with that watering. So the track is probably, the people with the drier track might have the better advantage going into qualifying. But if they do it fair and they water things, everybody will get a watered track or somewhat of a watered track for a qualifying round. So we'll see how they organize things tomorrow. And that is it with the virtual air horn being sounded for drivers to enter into pit lane.
Finished car 11. Finished car 7.
The Italian Tavis Cavanato is currently out front, but lots of racing left to go. With 11 heats. This is the reseeding practice or seeding practice. Consecutive 3 laps in 9 minutes. We'll seed you into tomorrow's qualifying. Ooh, somebody's running a little lean there. We're running out of fuel. Sounds like good afternoon. Good morning to all the chat out there. Crunchy, it's hot over there. I bet you. I tell you what, it was hot here in the DR yesterday. And today it was humid, man. Oof. Spain's a little bit different. Dry heat. Very dry, deserty. So the 100 degrees that we was experiencing in Redovon last year, 2 years ago, was bad, but not that bad.
Yeah. A bit of dirt on the camera lens in the pit lane. We are lining up our first set of guests, which we hope to have on very soon during this round. We're having to speak to a couple of people trackside. So we'll do that, and we'll be back with you in a few moments. And we're back. Woo!
We are back. We have Mrs. Ivanen saying hello to us.
Hey!
I actually have
Fabulous.
your socks, sir.
Tara Ivanen. I'm gonna get some of the socks. Have you got the socks there, Lefty?
I'm looking for. I'm trying to.
I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna get some. Wait there.
I was just reading the comments here while everyone's looking for socks. So Crunchy D8 is saying, if Spain is playing today, they could time it so that the racing is finished so the Spanish can go and watch it. Well, I don't know. There is quite a lot of crossover between, well, all sports. Obviously, most of these guys are F1 fans. A lot are MotoGP fans. Obviously, loads and loads of football fans. And here we go with, here's the socks. Here's some of the socks. And these are just... They're just how much of a legend Tara is. This is Pekko Ivanen's mom, who has made these by hand, not just this pair, multiple pairs of socks, which is just amazing. I think almost all of us have a pair now.
Yep, these are the studio pair that we use.
How
the communal pair that live in the studio. But Tara will never forget the kindness that you offered us, and we always cheer you on, and you always cheer us on the stream, which is fantastic, as we do your son Pecco.
And we always cheer Pecco on.
Oh, we always cheer Pecco on, of course.
Very, very unfortunate that I'm not going to be seeing him at the...
Oh, here we go. What's
there we
this?
go. Here's...
Oh, I don't feel so special now. Are they No Name RC podcast socks?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
They're inside out.
Trying to get them. There we are.
Let me see. Hang on.
Awesome.
What am I doing?
There.
Lefty. Here we go. Look at those bad boys. Oh, that's fantastic.
That's fabulous. And a mic.
With the logo and everything.
Thank you, Mrs. Ivan.
Yeah. That is fantastic.
So I won't be seeing... I'm not going to be seeing Pecco at the large-scale off-road Euros because you're going to be seeing him at the 1/8 Buggy Euros in Chile.
Yeah, really interesting situation. EFRA have a very busy schedule, a very busy season, and sometimes events clash, and we don't like it when that happens. But bizarrely, large-scale off-road Euros and the 1/8 Nitro Buggy Euros clashed.
Yeah.
And but for both events, that's a bit of a catastrophe, in my opinion. But particularly for large-scale off-road, they're losing a lot of their top drivers because they're off to do Nitro Buggy.
Yeah.
But
anyway, Pecco came about that close to winning it 2 years ago in fairing.
Large scale.
Yeah.
Did he lose a wheel?
Ran out of gas.
No, that was last year.
Ah, okay.
He ran out of gas.
Ran out of fuel 2 years ago, and then lost a wheel in the semis. So yeah.
Well, we're back on again. It's Group 2. Let's take a closer look at Group 2.
Ooh, we got a gaggle of cars right there.
Yeah. As Nick would call it, a clumping. I'm not sure he would say a clumping, but the manner of them collecting together, even though they're all spread out on track,
they're so
is
close,
called clumping.
You could throw a beach towel over them. Oh, is that one of yours?
No,
beach towel?
that's a really common one.
That's a common one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have used that, though. But the clumping is, Nick loves that one.
Ah, Tara says you're welcome. Fantastic. Did Nick get his socks as well? I bet he got his first. We all got them at the same time. I think we were at fairing.
I was quite late to get them.
Yeah. Jim over here has not earned his socks yet.
Yeah, these are waiting for you, Jim. These are waiting.
Another couple of years to go until you get the socks.
Yeah. Another maybe a couple of like electrocutions and like losing your shoes in the mud.
Food poisoning.
Yeah, food poisoning. Zero sleep. Yeah, there's a hazing process.
I will say this: the watering is making the track rougher. It looks like.
Oh, let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
There's muscles.
There's Mr. Hayden Ball.
Darren.
Is
Darren Hayden Ball.
Decided to call him Darren.
That's his name.
Darren to me. Oh, it is. Okay. It is Darren.
That is actually.
Apparently, said the chat.
It is. Jonathan Wolf, one of our heroes again, saying he's a cheerleader for Harry Weymouth in this heat.
Harry.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened with the sound there, but it just clicked off, but came back very quickly. Harry Weymouth running 11th out of 12 so far. Got Antoine Brulé running, 48-second lap, and it looks like a consistent 48 seconds. Jeez, that's very good. It looks like the timing is taking the fastest 3 consecutive laps and then just kind of doing an average, maybe? Because Antoine doing, looks like, consecutive, multiple 48-second laps. And you can see on the timing result there on the top right of the screen, just underneath the elapsed time remaining. Well, the time remaining, I should say. Too oxymoron sort of phrase there, but 48.3, and he's just done at 48.077, which is, I mean, nothing nothing bad about anybody else in the group, but that's a very fast time for this group.
Yeah, we'll see how it stacks up against some of the faster times coming up as we go. Maybe the water track is faster for these guys, but we'll see if it puts him up in the upper echelons of. It's more than one lap, but there's Propeller Hat guy.
Yeah, Propeller Head's back out. Yeah, it's Group 2, isn't it? So yeah, he's back out.
What is the actual name for that hat? I wonder.
I don't know. 1950s cartoon.
Car number 4. We are currently following Danielle Lopez.
I wonder if these guys in the earlier heats that are running on, basically a wet track, and then it comes to a damp track, I would say, in this particular group. By the time it gets to group 3 or 4, it's obviously it's drying out quite a bit. But I wonder if they're running, tires that are meant more for wet conditions. You know what I mean? Rather, there's if you're running group 11, obviously your track conditions are going to be very different. So you'll be running maybe the smaller pins with less space in between, that sort of thing. Whereas in this group, there we go. The cameraman heard us. There we go. Who is that?
Here is Propeller Hat, man.
That is amazing. That's great. You see there's a great view though, because you can see the cracks that are starting to appear in the harder surfaces of the apex, and the dust just off the racing line. And look how steep and high that concrete curb is. That is an intense curb. And then we're back to the racing. We want to see more Propeller Hat. 48.077 still is the fastest lap for Antoine. It looks like he may have come in for some fuel or a little bit of tweaking or something like that, because he did a 58-second lap last time. Obviously, very well. What's the average run time? 9 minutes. You'd be able to do 9 minutes on one tank, right, Lefty?
They should be. It's a stretch. I don't know about with the 12% rule. I'm not sure if they are, but we're seeing
12%?
over in America.
Is it 12 or
16%. Sorry,
yeah,
16%. But it works out to be 12, I'm told. But the lower percentage of nitro does give you more run time, but you also kind of get into the throttle a little bit more. I've talked to a couple of the European guys who have been to America, like Yal Figueredo. He went to America and raced 25%, said he came back over to Europe and raced, and he said he felt no difference. He used, didn't do any different changes to his car. But we were just discussing this about runtime, where the engines, all these engines make great power, right? That's not a problem.
Yeah,
power is not a problem for these engines. I think now what we're seeing with these engine manufacturers is runtime and longevity, like trying to get stronger parts, longer runtime, because the pit game is becoming the fuel strategy thing is becoming a serious thing in RC right now.
Yeah. And in on road, you have with the foam tires, you have tire change strategy as well.
6, 7, 5, and 10. You go to the pit lane, please.
I wonder who Lefty's talking to. Do you reckon that he's talking to JQ? I always secretly imagine that
it probably is. Yeah.
Lefty and JQ live together.
So,
yeah, like Bert and Ernie.
The opposite couple.
Lefty's like, is it your turn to cook tonight?
I don't want mac and cheese again. Are you going to put bacon bits in it? Oh, and onion, the crispy onions. Okay, all right then. You can't hear us, Kenny.
I don't know. But I know the people at home can hear us, and so we should probably tell you that it's Group 3 up next.
Yeah.
Remind me, how do we become a Hero Channel survivor? You have to be a survivor to
First,
be a
you
hero.
have to subscribe and survive that. And then, well, no, you can join the channel without being a subscriber. But if you click the join button on the RC, there's Peter Harder in the gray hat. Ultimate Racing. I'm not sure. Well, They need to. Well, I shouldn't have even said the name because they're not sponsoring it.
Peter Harder, he ages incredibly well, doesn't he? For a 40-plus Danish gentleman racer, he ages very well. Does the Harder?
And no, I do not live with JQ. My wife bought me some coffee, so I was just. And then she was inspecting my studio to see what new things I've bought that I haven't spent money on her. So, I've been hiding a 5 foot. I've been hiding. I have about 4 or 5 foot RC boats, and I have a new one.
Oh my goodness!
That I've been hiding from her for about a year. And,
I have seen those on your Facebook. How could she possibly miss it?
No, those ones are the old ones. I have a couple new ones. And then, of course, I have my extensive action figure collection that I'm very proud of. Peter Harder, don't know him, but he said he ages very well. And there's a guy I haven't seen in a long time in the Mayako shirt. That's Liam Galvin, who used to be the JQ team manager and also used to be the mechanic for Elliott Boots back in the day.
Yeah.
So it's good to see him back out helping out the Mayako team. And they're probably also Bradley Baird is there. He's a very fast Irish racer. I'm expecting good things out of him. I think we're going to have a great bunch of finals coming up on Sunday from quarterfinals down. I just love ladder style racing as it is. It makes for such good racing as the 8-car guys are getting ready. And Carlos is back on the mic. Carlos is taking up a new job.
On the mic. So I'm going to... what am I going to do? Let's hear from our friends at Meebo Sport. There you go. Meebo Sport is your all-in-one place e-shop to get all of your RC needs. If you're based in Europe, go check them out. Maybe buy your first Nitro buggy from Meebo Sport. Or an engine, or a wing, or a body, or some wheels, or tyres, or over to you, Keane.
We have a car with pink wheels. Awesome.
Is that mostly black as well? Well, it's a very, very dark color, which you don't normally see. I think the only black body, not to go on and on about Agama, but the only black body I've ever seen on a racing buggy is John Hazelwood's.
Is that car 8 as well? That's John Dean.
That is car 8.
That's John Dean.
That's John Dean.
British driver. Yeah, you think if you were a 40-plus driver, and nothing against that, I would be as well, but as a 40-plus driver, you'd want your car to pop, as it were, so you could actually find it on the track. But if that's the colours you're used to, it does look great.
He does always wear sunglasses as well.
Really?
Like aviator sunglasses.
There you go. Oh, I think we might have a guest coming in.
Yes.
Nice.
This should be good.
Oh, here we go.
Here we are.
Have we got a guest?
Can you hear us okay, Mark?
Oh, can we hear Mark? We need to hear Mark.
How do external
caller? Try that one as well.
Hello?
Hello?
Testing.
Oh, there he is.
We got audio, a little bit of audio, but frozen. Okay.
Okay.
How's it going trackside?
Very good. Very good. We're here just currently melting in the glorious Sax weather.
And how is the track? It looks quite brutal, the track, in terms of controlling and the edges and the curbs.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. As well as, obviously, I think the surface is pretty unique to most people that are sort of maybe here for the first time. It's sort of patches, dusty, and then sometimes very slick. But it's a 47-second lap. It's a really long circuit. That's definitely being tough for people.
You're helping some guys out this weekend, I believe. Can you tell us who you're with? You're obviously Mr. Team GB. Who are you with?
Yeah. So here obviously with the BRCA as well as Nemo, and we have got 17 drivers racing for the UK this weekend, which is pretty cool.
Nice.
It's a good stat.
Nice.
That's fantastic. And some highlights, drivers. Who should we watch out for in particular? Not that you have any favourites,
Well,
of course,
obviously,
but
yes, of course. I'm going to sort of try to put on my impartial hat, but it's normally worn out. But obviously, at the minute, our junior guys are all looking fast, like the junior Team GB. So Billy Grindley, Eric, Holger, Caden, sort of our younger guys are all looking pretty fast. In fact, I have, as per Frank's request, I have grouped together 3 pretty fast juniors to sort of put them on the spot. I've done some serious media training with them to ensure that they are up to spec. And if you want and you've got time, we can do a little brief overview with some of our BRCA juniors, if you'd like.
Take it away. We'd love that.
Please.
We'd love that.
So we'll go from youngest first. Is that probably how we should do it? So we've got Holger Light here. How's it going, Holger?
It's all right. Good.
So I'll let you guys give some questions, or I can take it away. It's up to you.
Holger, is this your first race abroad?
I've been to quite, but definitely not my first.
Okay, an experienced man.
Yeah.
Hey, Holger, what do you think about the watering of the track?
I mean, it helps in the long term, but if you have to go on the track that's really wet, it's tough.
Are the guys that are running early in the heats, early in the group, are you guys running a little bit wider spaced pin tires, or a different tire choice than the guys who are running later in the groups?
Yeah, I think definitely.
It's definitely tricky to gauge necessarily with the water. Such a big difference. We're talking multiple seconds lap slower after it's been watered. Obviously,
Right.
It's 32, 33 degrees, so it comes good pretty quick, but it definitely takes time. So if you're in those earlier heats, it's definitely a bit trickier, isn't it, Holger?
Yeah.
So that's Holger.
Awesome.
He's had a pretty good sort of first control practice. Not too bad. He's looking to hopefully push on into the next one. And then we will go over to the WIRC driver of Billy Grindley. I'm just going to spin around. It's quite interesting doing it in this sort of orientation. It's sort of complete selfie mode. But I think that's probably a little bit better, and I can sort of walk you through if need be, and hopefully we can hear what you're saying. So how's it going, Billy?
Yeah, it's going good.
You enjoying your race?
Yeah.
Good. Look, it'll shine on the on camera. All right. You'll soon get used to it. If you keep being as quick as you are, you'll probably have to do a few more video calls and bits and bobs like that.
Yeah.
But you having a fun time?
Absolutely.
You enjoying the track?
Yeah, it's good. It's just boring out here, obviously, but the track's really good experience.
Nice.
I haven't drive on anything kind of like this before in the UK, but yeah, it's really good.
And it's long old lap time, isn't it, compared to the UK? You know, we're sort of normally sat around sort of 35 seconds at a push, and then we're here nearly knocking on the door of 50 seconds. It's a lot of concentration, especially with the control practice. You know, doing those 3 consecutive laps with only 9 minutes to do it, it's pretty tough. So it's definitely getting used to and not cooking to death in the process. So that's Billy, another young Brit, and then last but not least is Eric, who's obviously just going to make sure his hair's okay for the camera. Eric's had a really good first control practice. He's currently sat 8th overall.
Oh wow!
Should be pretty pleased with that. He's, I believe, the second fastest non-Spanish driver. And then it's Hugo Tavernon from France is 4th. You're the second fastest non-Spanish at the minute after the first control practice, which is pretty good going.
I'll take it.
You pleased?
Yeah,
you
would take that.
Yeah,
exactly.
The track's one of them easy tracks where it's super hard to get that really good line and be quick.
So it's the difference between the drivers is quite minimal.
Yeah.
So it's
fun. And they've done some changes to the track, because you have been here one time, I believe, haven't you? Probably a couple of years ago, or maybe a year ago or so. But Eric and obviously Eric and his brother Holger have done quite a chunk of international racing, so it's it's a little bit more familiar, which obviously helps out in early doors in these events.
And how do you guys? How does the team see the track evolving over the weekend potentially?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty. Obviously, I think the watering is going to do a good job of making sure it doesn't break up, because otherwise I think it really would. The surface clearly is quite powdery, and I think it would suffer without any water. There's been no rain here. It's 32 degrees every day, so I think the track would break up a lot. 140 drivers racing. It's pretty tough on a track. It helps advantages. It's a little bit unfair for those early heats, but kind of is what it is in terms of them not having a blown out track for the rest of the weekend. Otherwise, I think it'd be tough. But now the track's really good, spot on and smooth, and
Fabulous. And are there any particularly super difficult sections of the track, maybe? Like, what's the most difficult part of the track?
That's a hard one. I'd probably say just getting the left middle side, just getting that corners, apexes tight, carrying that corner speed is really difficult. And also landing, I mean, generally all the jumps, just trying to land really tight to the apex, because, I mean, there's so much time to be lost by landing wide.
Okay.
Definitely looks it looks tough out there. I'm pretty glad that I don't have to subject myself to driving around it. I can only just watch and sort of cringe from the sidelines.
Awesome. I think last question from me. We'll get back to the racing, but are you guys? I think I saw you guys went over to Sochile. So you obviously
Redovan.
Redovan. Yes. Okay, so you went to Redovan on the way here. So you're checking out the Worlds. You guys will be at the Worlds, and I guess at the Euros as well. The A Euros.
Yeah. So actually, not that long ago, but obviously Eric and Holger were at not obviously, but they were at the warm-up race in Sochile, which was pretty good. That looked like a really good race. And then on Thursday, which was yesterday, got slightly worrying. We popped over to Redovan, did some laps there. Well, spent half a day there, I guess, doing laps.
Wow.
Running a practice car. The Redovan track is pretty tough on equipment. So it was important to run a practice car and not sort of have to do a complete rebuild before then arriving at a European Championship. That's definitely not ideal. So this car round, did some laps there. Redovan's in a class of its own in terms of sort of like the typography of the track, the rostrum. It's tough. It's very tough facility. It's cool to be going back there. It's obviously a great facility. Obviously, Oscar and Brian are great guys, and they do a good job of having a really good track. So it's a bit of a no-brainer. It's a safe option given the circumstances. So we'll look forward to heading back there later in the year.
Absolutely.
Fabulous.
Guys, thank you so much. Best of luck for the rest of the day. Can we check in with you again tomorrow to find out how qualifying's going?
Sure. If it's gone well, then no problem at all. If it's I might lose connectivity.
Yeah.
But we'll be
fantastic.
All right. We'll be fine.
Right. Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for bringing us on, guys, and we'll catch you soon.
Okay.
Cool.
Awesome.
We'll see you soon.
Good luck,
Bye.
guys.
Bye.
See ya.
Alrighty.
That's excellent to hear from a team on the ground to get ask those sorts of questions directly to them.
Absolutely. The Likies, they've been doing a lot of racing. Eric, he's getting older. I mean, his voice is changing. I think when I met him, they were still very young back in 2022 at Nitro Raceway. So a good family. I think the father even races. So It's a father, mother, and 2 sons all traveling around and doing some racing. Good to see. And, looks like Nima's got something good going with the youth there in England and a few in Spain and France. So good job.
Yeah, definitely. And we're asking about the track conditions, and you can see that even from the last time that we saw some track action, not even probably 10-15 minutes ago, the track has completely changed. Now it definitely looks like fully dry again, from where it was kind of damp and dark earlier. And it'll be very interesting to follow those drivers as they continue on.
Yes,
during the rest of the day.
It's going to be interesting to see how they approach the watering in qualifying, because as I thought, it's making the track a lot slower. And somebody got a drive
getting it telling off. Yeah. I'm just going to have a look at the schedule tomorrow to see where the watering is supposed to be happening. Of course, we're down one group from original numbering of 12. We now have 11, but let's see. So just before the racing starts, then after the first, basically it's the slowest groups. The first groups of qualifiers are the ones going to be getting the wet track. So that seems to be what they're before qualifying starts, and then before each round of qualifying, basically.
Okay. We are just following Lewis Trafford from the UK. Let's see what this car is, who doesn't have any wing numbers. Looks like car number 1. Did you get that number, Frank?
No, I didn't. I was looking. He's not running his numbers correctly. Actually, he is on one side, but not on this side that we can see now.
I think they should just run them on both sides.
They're supposed to. Yes, there's supposed to be 3 numbers. One on the windscreen. Yeah, one on the windscreen or windshield.
Nicolas Lancy from France. And this, I do like his color choices. They're like flow yellow, flow orange.
Nice and bright, yeah.
Definitely what I would need. Looking at this facility, it is a beautiful facility.
Yeah.
This reminds me of the type of dirt, I tell you, that you would see in Las Vegas, like old school Silver State races.
Yeah.
Maybe Las Vegas, where they had the 2016 World Championships.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was listening to how they were describing the dirt, it sounds very similar. It has to be kind of similar to maybe even Redovon too, but Redovon treats their surface a little bit different. This looks to be more of a natural.
I'm not sure what
surface.
They do. And Redovon also has a mixed surface as well. So they've got the paving slab, or what we call the patio area, and then they have that sort of like that wavy rumble strip that's all concrete or concrete blocks or something like that. And then they have a brick section where this is just all dirt. So it's quite an interesting. Well, I mean, you want to have something a little bit different, but you can see in some areas with that last apex that they just hit before that rumble strip section, the apex is just starting to break up, and fewer drivers than we saw even in the first group, the first round of control practice, or fewer drivers are going off the track, so they're getting used to it.
Looks like David Shetty is out front from the UK. David Shed, sorry. And it looks like now looks like Scoring's fixed where we're getting their lap times for 3 laps average. So that's good.
Okay, yes, we certainly are. So that's our total lap. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Total time over 3 laps. I think before we were possibly just getting an average of the 3 lap time. But yeah, so this is the time that we're that the sorting for qualifying will be based on.
Now you can see that the track is definitely getting faster as it dries out. And like I was saying earlier, if I'm the track crew tomorrow, from tomorrow on, I'm just watering the outsides, letting that light sprinkle on the outside to keep dust on, and let that line form up and let those ruts and bumps form. I know they cannot fix the track, but I'm not sure if they will fix it. At night, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I know the rules say not to, but the rules will say not to water it.
We've seen different approaches with that. Sometimes the holes get filled in with like a slurry mix of clay and dirt and water, and sometimes they just leave it and just water it, or sometimes they sweep it and that's it. I think the organizers of meaning EFRA just kind of leave it to whatever the club knows is best for their particular surface.
Yeah, I think they would know their surface, so they should know what to do. We are currently following car numbers. I almost said 7. Let's see.
I think it's. Oh, we know we
9?
were on 7.
11. It looks like. You'll see now. Eagle-eyed Frank didn't get it. No, I cannot tell.
I thought it was 8 for a second there.
Me too. I was about to say every number.
Oh, it's a 9. It's a 9.
9.
We can see it now.
That is actually David Shed. That's David Shed, who's being scored in 3rd. So that was wrong earlier. Somebody's running the wrong numbers. As Crunchy said. But just getting in the flow of things here. Ooh, wow, look at that. We have a whole plethora of cars together. So I'm pretty sure that is Stixon up there managing that part of cars. I really do like this track. I'm definitely going to pay it a visit when I get to Spain in September and just have a look at it.
I'll come with you.
So, well, I think I'll be there before you.
All right.
It's not a race.
Yeah. Well, it actually is. But,
I mean, this is, yes.
What's up, Dwayne Billings? How you doing up there in the PNW, man? Say say hello. Say what's up to my boy Brady. Looks like you guys had fun at the Raw Nats a couple of weeks ago.
Dead car.
That's
Ed Kayosha. Daniel Bubel.
Marco Berti.
Yeah, that's the term marshal was the Dane, Daniel Bubel. All right.
So
race.
Someone in the chat was asking if there are any Mayako cars. I think that was a Mayako car that was just being held up in the air.
Could have been, or Kayosha. There are a few Mayako cars. Top car to watch, that's a Mayako car. Bradley Baird, who's in the top heat, I'd say. The not so young Irishman anymore. He's been racing for a long time. Traveled around the world with JQ and Max and Volante and the Majubes when they were running J. Wow, just thinking about that too. That's a long time ago. Before my time with JQ Racing. Christian Vilar out front. He's currently in a 2:27 fast lap, 3-lap pace, followed by Loic from France, who's on a 2:28. So they're separated just under some seconds. Here's the A car guys. I really need to probably have this on so I can listen to what these guys are saying somewhere else.
And saying hello.
So whilst we take a look at our Spanish counterparts giving an update, we're going to take a trip down memory lane and have a little brief highlight of the 2023 Nitro Buggy Euros. Let's take a look.
Oh, and he's flipped. Oh my God! Lots of pit lane. Oh, crashes in the pit lane. Crashes in the pit lane.
The purple, who I think are it's inside an accident. That's always useful. The blue car we have. Oh, what's happening there? Gun goes in. Oh, that was on the edge of unsafe release, wasn't it? The Huddy corner. Oh, and you didn't want to do that. Oh, he's got on the inside, so get him in corner to go.
Oh, you don't want to do that. You're trying to catch the car.
3, 4, and 5 are right together, and 3 and 4. Oh, that's an accident and a half. And, now that you're going to have to wait. Oh, and then there's a huge error off the side of the track there. Oh. It's an accident. Old bloke deserves a bit of. Oh, perhaps not that then. Oh, there we are. He's made a mistake just for us. He's got 2 corners to go. He's got to go over the one more odd section. You cross the finishing line, and Juan Carlos Canas is your European champion with a superb performance.
Alrighty then. So I was looking at the Redovon surface. I mean, it looks like the same aggregate, but I'm pretty sure that they seal that track with a mixture of stuff over there in Redovon, because we saw them kind of patch it at the Worlds as well.
Yeah.
I bet you right now Redovon is very similar to this track, dusty and without the probably not having the glue or whatever they use. Mm-hmm. So interesting stuff. Crunchy asks, what is JQ doing now? He is still with Mayako. He actually was in Ireland this past weekend with Bradley Beard for a Green Day concert, and he did a little bit of racing on the side with a borrowed car. And he went to the Kyosho Masters a couple of weeks ago.
Did he?
To race a Kyosho. So he
ran a Kyosho there?
Yeah, you cannot run anything but a Kyosho.
Yeah,
he's always wanted to do the Kyosho Masters.
That's cool.
Very nice. Yeah, he's always wanted to do that.
Few things.
Good stuff. So we are going into, let's take a look at track.
Group 5 just
Number
started.
5. So we've got 6 more heats left. Don't go anywhere, everybody, because we're starting to see some of the faster guys come. You're going to see those lap times drop. Can Iker Teles, who took he took round 1, can he back that up, take round 2, and get in that, I guess TQ practice, because we TQ practice nowadays here. It's a big thing.
Absolutely.
So we hope you guys are. We hope you guys are enjoying. Don't forget to hit that like notification button in the YouTube channel. Look at Matt and these guys. They're like, this guy going, shut up. All good. I'm just happy to be calling a race with you guys. It's been a long time. So
yeah,
happy to be back with you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Like I said, we're it's amazing that the technology is able to just bring us all together like this. We're commentating on a race in Spain while we're sat in England and you're sat at home in Dominican Republic. And like I said, there's people all over the world, from Pacific Northwest all the way around to Australia, giving us a watch. I think maybe our Australian friends are maybe asleep now, but
yes,
it's quite late for them. But yeah, it's just fantastic that James and Matt can bring this all together, and we can have people join us on video calls from trackside. It's just awesome.
That was cool.
We might have one more caller today. We'll see. We're going to have to make it quick because people get upset.
I know.
If we miss the track action, which is, it's practice. Good, guys. It's practice. It's nice to talk to some people as well, but, we can have a really brief call maybe in between.
Yeah.
Maybe if we can
tell them to shut up. And people want to watch the car. Sorry.
we may have one more guest today.
We're not there, so that's how we get information and bring that information to you guys as well. And I get it. People want to see there's somebody driving, but we have no control of that either. We're at the mercy of the cameraman, who are following car number 3, who is actually a Parente. Let's see.
Yeah.
Daniel Parente, who must be the older relative of the Parente brothers. Could be their father. I mean, they're pretty young. So, or he could not be related to them at all.
Well, there's always that possibility.
And Stetson is, I've never heard Stetson talk so much. He is, no, that wasn't Stetson, that was somebody else. Yeah.
It sounds like he's the only ref as well. There's usually 2 at a refer event.
Occasionally you hear Javier as well over the mic. But the other thing about Stetson is he'd be absolutely lathered in sun cream as well at this point.
Yes.
He'd be like half man, half sun cream. Which is the safe thing to do, so we applaud him.
Sayskew actually agrees with me. He says, well, we know Radovon's not too far away. It's about 70 kilometers. You can guess Yeah, it looks very similar. It's just that they aren't treating the track like. Whereas you can look at that last video that we just played. Radovan really, they sealed it. Sorry, that's the word I'm looking for. They sealed it.
Yeah,
but it's all right. Hey, we don't have to always have sealed tracks. I'm cool with it getting rough and blowing out and learning. So
Montpellier did the same thing.
Yeah,
Montpellier did the same thing for the e-buggy Euros. At certain corners, you could as you're doing a track walk, you can see sort of. I mean, I don't know if it was, but it looked like just watered down PVA glue, wood glue, and that you could see like rivulets of it coming off where it had dried off. But like I said, that particular club, they didn't do anything to the track. They didn't fill holes or anything each night, which I think Radovan tends to do. They just left it. They just had the sweeping, and that was it. No water. They did do, I think, end of day, they did major track repairs, like fixing pipes and adding berms and stuff like that. We actually had some. There was one off-camber hairpin that was it was like sort of cone shaped, and we could see them adding barriers and things to it as the track went on, and so sometimes we'd see, oh, they've added a layer of pipe, oh, they added a cone, oh, they put a second cone, or they put like heavy concrete blocks there, and then they would take them away and just whatever the EFRA referees decided that they needed, so that people wouldn't cut the track at that point. But yeah, no major repairs basically to the actual surface, though.
Okay. Crunchy. Ryan Donovan, 199 British pounds. He says, Director's Chair with thank you for the super sticker. Good afternoon, Kevin.
Thank you very much.
Kevin Martindale, good morning, good afternoon, good morning, good evening to you. Harry Willits, can we watch Jack Willits in the next heat, please? Unfortunately, we cannot do that because we don't have control of the camera, so we're not in communication with them. So we do apologize for that.
We're sort of taking a live feed here and commentating over it, but
just like with the Olympics.
Yeah, the Olympics,
just like with the World Cup,
Formula One, World Cup, everything. Yeah. But we do want to thank our sponsors, though. EFRA, of course, for organizing the event and all of the European Championships that we'll be attending this year. X-Ray, makers of excellent model racing products. Hot Race Tires, supporting Hal Figueiredo, is on site and helping out the Hot Race guys. Meebo Sport, your all-in-one-place e-shop for all sorts of RC electronics and everything. S-Works, another fine manufacturer. T-Works and Techno RC, more and just fantastic brands and supporters of amazing live broadcasts for RC fanatics and fans and friends.
Absolutely. Thank you to the sponsors, and thank you all that are tuning in. I definitely enjoy interacting with the chat. And, good question, Matt from Crunchy. And I love this question. Thank you, Crunchy. Matt, any word on RC Racing TV doing the Montpellier GP next year? Please say it's in the works.
We are doing everything we can to make that happen. The guys had a fantastic time with the Montpellier organisers.
Yes.
Truly, truly fantastic
they were
hosts.
Really, really good for us.
And they did everything. And Frank came back half a stone heavier. They did everything
I'll tell
for
you,
us.
I mean, pate on croûte, oh, love it.
So, yeah, we're trying to make that happen because we've always wanted to do it.
I'll tell you what, I would, if you guys get it, I would not like to do that virtually. I'd actually like to be at the race. So they did, just saying.
Let's make it happen. We need a few more super chats. We're £1.99, exactly. £1.99 of the way into paying for Keenan's airfare to Montpellier. So let's start a fundraiser now.
Let's do a GoFundMe, super chat GoFundMe for Keenan to join us at Montpellier.
I like the sound of that. I like that. About a year, just under a year to do that. We got just under a year to do that. But you know what else can help? Just hit that sort of like another notification button, and let's get this YouTube channel up to 100,000 subs.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Great. What are we at? 80 something?
80 something. Yes. Yes, we're at 83,000. 83,000 subscribers.
I know how hard it is. I'm happy with my 5,100 subs on. I'm happy with it. I want more, but you know.
Do you know what? Well, as well is interesting is that less than half of the people watching this right now are subscribers. So, less than half of the people subscribe. They watch regularly, but they don't subscribe. It's very hard to get people to subscribe, and we implore you, please hit subscribe, because it really helps us do cooler things like this, and like getting Keenan to Montpellier, and like all sorts of things we want to make happen. But a big subscriber number would really help us. And I tell you what helps. Sponsors help. And thank you to all the guys who you can see at the bottom of the screen. And also thank you to EFRA and their associate members. Let's take a quick look at them now. There we go. Back to the
I have a question for you. I have a question. So what does it mean to be an associate member of EFRA? Can you explain that to me, please?
Yes. EFRA's associate members, traditionally they do it because they have a lot of homologation, and EFRA handle homologation for many classes, batteries, body shells, motors. You have to be homologated in certain parts of the car in order to compete. And the homologation takes a lot of work, and that's done by volunteers, often Mr. Paul Worsley, but he's not the only one. There's many volunteers who do the homologation, which means that the products get an EFRA stamp and are allowed to be used in the events. So to make that happen...
So what's the word I'm looking for?
Legal technical specifications.
Yeah. Right, yeah, they meet specs of the competition. Gotcha.
Exactly, and so there's a charge for making that happen, and the volunteers who do it, who work really hard in the background for EFRA, don't get paid. They do it as a volunteer, but EFRA charges, and that's one of the ways they pay for this sort of thing happening with the homologation money. And associate members are organisations who have paid to become an associate member, and then they get a discount for their homologation. But also, it's other brands who pay just to support EFRA. So there are many associate members this year. I think it's one of the record-breaking years. There's been many new ones added this year, which is fantastic news.
And a lot of those, the EFRA homologation, it transfers over to IFMAR as well. So a lot of the IFMAR legal stuff is also EFRA legal, but it's IFMAR legal because it's past the EFRA rules.
Yeah.
I think it's great. I mean, it gives, it provides funds to make this type of coverage happen. Obviously, it doesn't pay for all the coverage, but it helps, because time is money and everybody's time is valuable. So, it's great. But, we always need help. This is RC, and we are not it is a multi-million-dollar industry, but it doesn't filter on that much. It doesn't filter through a real downhill that much. So it's great that we get this. We got another 79 pence. Is that pence, right? You say pence? Thank you, Ryan Donovan.
Thank you, Ryan.
I'm trying to find. I will post the link to the actual.
You can only see it from the channel page. You can't see it from the view page. I believe that's the case. So
I think you sent me a message. I have no idea how you do it either, Ryan.
If you go to a different video, you'll see the join button as well. But if you find the join button, that will be there. I will put the link in the chat.
Group 6, hit the track. Peter Harder's out in car number 6 of Group 6. Who else do we know that's out there? Jack Willits is out there.
Jack Willits, I guess that's his father, Harry Willits, who was in there earlier.
Yeah, hopefully
we get some of Willits. What number is he? He is he's in 3rd, 9. So we might get him, car number 9. So hopefully we get some action for his father. One thing I've found as I've traveled around and been doing this kind of more commentating steady is the amount of people that come up to me and say, hey, my mother or my grandparents and my whole family are watching this and they like that you know something about this person, like just regular racers. And it's always good to get that type of encouragement and know that somebody enjoys what you're doing. And,
absolutely.
It's always good. It's not just for the pro guys here, it's also for the regular guys who paid. This is a regular guy. I don't think anybody in this race got paid to come to this race or had things paid for. So all out of pocket for pretty much 100% of these guys. We're on car number 7, who is Bola. Let's see what his full name is. Christophe Bola from France, who is currently scored in 4th. So hopefully they'll get up to Mr. Willits here soon.
Car
12.
Nope. Can Matt just apologize for what just happened?
We had a miscommunication, and Frank thought I'd muted us so he could do a cough.
A very big building
huge cough.
Yeah.
Big cough.
I didn't hear it.
Mute it. No. Okay.
5 minutes left.
All right, we got Andre Bento, followed by Peter Harder and Jack Willits in 3rd. They are currently on a Andre is on a 3-lap 2:30 right now, and so they are getting a little bit slower here, if I remember correctly. No, they're getting better. Harder on a 2:31, and Willits is on a 2:32, but they have 4 minutes and 30 seconds to improve on that, and they should be able to. Oh, somebody come in for fuel. Who's this?
12.
Number 12. Asuna.
It couldn't be
Ivan
much more
Asuna. We can see what inserts he's running.
Yeah, I know.
We can tell what fuel he's running.
Jeez. I was just trying to figure out what the numbers on the bottom of the thing are, and those are to tell you when a particular car has crossed the timing line.
Is that right?
I think so.
What, so 7 just crossed the timing line?
Yeah.
Okay. And 10, so 10 did is ahead of 7 on the track.
Yeah.
And 5 just crosses the timing line. And now 9 has.
I
That's
just
cool.
noticed that.
Pretty neat.
Interesting. They got a full screen. Oh, no. Huh. Very good, Frank. Franklin, good job. We got Philippa Kim in this race. She's currently in 10th from Sweden, one of our female racers here. Well, that's a good thing. I'm starting to see a lot more female racers getting into RC, which is great because RC, buddy.
It's one of those like really super accessible things. We see lots of. I think most tracks or most major tracks in the U.S. have wheelchair access, and we're starting to see that a lot more across Europe, the European tracks as well. There we go. I posted the link for Ryan, and he's just become our latest RCTV hero. So thank you very much, Ryan. We already loved you, but now we just love you just that much more.
That much more. Yeah, it's on a scary level now.
Yeah. You don't have to bring us any more muffins, unless you want to, I mean, I'm a little hungry right now. I'm a bit hungry. But yeah, no, that's awesome. Thank you very much, Ryan.
What a legend. Thank you.
Absolute legend.
A good dude, Ryan is. Good dude.
So
he reminds me of like an older Conor McGregor. He looks like almost.
He doesn't have the swagger You know, it's like I will punch you in the face if you look at me sort of swagger.
He's a good dude up there racing. And I'm trying to figure out who we are.
Sorry?
Who we're following.
I'm trying to figure out who we're on board with here.
10, I think? Persis?
Oh. I think it's...
Yeah.
10.
10?
Persis.
All right, so this is the... If this car number 10, it's a Greek name, and I have to go look at it. It's Panagiotis Teres.
That sounded good to me.
Yeah.
That sounded good.
I will give you an 8 out of 10 on that one.
All right, Duolingo.
I didn't mention Duolingo to Mark. Mark is literally my friend quest for this week. Mark Rumble, who we talked to earlier on the live chat, which reminds me of a certain thing that I'll be messaging somebody about. Mark is my Duolingo buddy for the week, and we're working on a friend quest. Not literally as we speak, but during the week.
I hope not. Are you lining up our final guest of the day?
I'm attempting to.
Yeah. We may have another guest to come. We may not. He's going to come at the sharp end of the field. Oh no, we've got 11. We've got 11 groups, haven't we? So we've got time. We've got time. Let me just look at when they're supposed to clean the track. When are we washing the track?
30 seconds to go.
It's after every group is complete. Even if because I look for tomorrow as well, it's the same thing. They water the track about 20 minutes before qualifying, and then basically immediately after the fastest group of qualifiers.
Attention to individual finishing.
Okay.
Do you guys not have leaf blowers in Europe?
Yeah. Well,
we do, but they're not really. Some RC tracks use them.
I have a leaf. Okay. I have a garden hoover because I want to suck the leaves. I don't want to just blow them somewhere else. I want to,
Yeah, but in America,
hoover them up.
You just blow them off your property onto someone else's. I'm kidding. But...
Oh, hello. There's some drivers.
Hey.
There's
Philippa.
Philippa.
I mean, her name is literally on the boom
right
thing.
There.
So yeah.
There's Andre Benton, who's currently in first, right next to her. I don't know who that is. If there's cool 1980 shades.
1980s? You mean 2020s? Like everybody's wearing those.
They do resemble the old baseball Oakleys.
Pekko Ivanen loves a pair of Pit Vipers.
He's also wearing an old style. What's those hats called? Those oh man, I used to wear them in the 90s. Floppy hats.
Floppy hat.
Like the
bucket
hat.
Yeah. That is his thing. It's like when Mark Reinhardt used to wear the blue beanie all the time. All the time.
There we go.
Coming in the opposite way again? It's
just make your way to the pit lane. Either way is fine.
They should have like a skateboard half pipe coming off of the main straight there.
Oh, look, there's the camera. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's why. That explains the movement.
And that's Philippa's car right there.
There you go.
Stefan must be dad?
Yeah. Well, young. He looks young for a dad. So
maybe significant other.
Could be. I know there is actually a couple here. What's the names? I wrote them down actually because they were at the e-buggy Euros together. The Fogs, I think. Christopher and Anastasia. Yeah, Forgs from Germany.
Okay.
So they are a racing couple.
Do you want to take another trip down memory lane? Do you want to have a little bit of EFRA Nitro Buggy European Championship history?
Let's do it.
Little brief snippet.
Bring it on.
Let's take a look.
that previous thing, so that's interesting. But it gives Broomfield a great bit of the lead. But he's got to get it over the line, and he's got to take the victory as he runs. And Bloomfield is the European champion, the first British European champion.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Can't explain it.
And he'll take the win. One more corner, and it's a win for Ronnefeldt. What a fantastic performance. You cannot write that. David Ronnefeldt and Kyosho Orion for Sweden, for Scandinavia. David Ronnefeldt wins the European Championship. Line here, Elliot Boots is your European champion because he's the only person who will make this lap with 2 seconds to go. But this is a real lap of honour for Elliot. The only person, Elliot will win the European Championship. Elliot has won the European Championship.
It was a tough race with the heat as well. Yeah, I'm just a bit speechless at the minute. It's a bit overwhelming.
2 corners to go. Boots got them. Boots is champion. Boots takes it. Wow, what an amazing performance from Elliot Boots. That is remarkable. If he completes this lap, he will be the European champion because no one else will be on the last lap. So this is going to be a lap of honour. When he crosses this line, that is your European champion. He's on a lap of honour. He knows he is. He's done it. He's spreading his wings and looks like he's going to become European champion in his hometown, or his home country, with a class which is the premier class in the world. Over the last time for the flag corner 2, up and down the useless bumps. Burton now just needs to keep it on the island, but it's more easy said than done when the pressure of the world and the chance of a European championship is on your shoulders. Ronnefeldt coming up behind him. Can he do it? Can Ronnefeldt just throw it? Caution to the wind. He's getting so close. They are right behind each other. Ronnefeldt's got 2 corners to do it. Can he do it? The step up, step down. It's going to be difficult. Burton turns around. Burton's going to get it. Burton comes around. Burton is got it. Burton is the European champion. What a result. What a race. You will never see a better race than that in mixed conditions. He's come back with a new chassis. He's come back with a new engine. He's come back with a new package. He's come back as a new David Ronnefeldt. He's come back as your new European champion. 3-time winner David Ronnefeldt takes the Euros in fantastic style.
Yes, I still know how to win, I guess.
Some excellent racing there.
Lots of memories. I think I watched from 2012 until 2023 all of those races live. Wow. I mean, through you guys.
Very happy to be a camera operator on a bunch of those finals. There's some really good moments.
Bloomfield, Crunchy asked, Bloomfield kind of retired, got back into just casual racing for a little bit, and I think he got back out. Shameless plug, I have a great interview with him too on the No Name RC podcast, an older one. So
absolutely shameless. I can't believe you.
Bloomfield was in Barcelos, so that was only 2022.
Yeah,
we have.
He was at the Euros.
Him, yeah, we have seen him at some of the events, but not racing. I think need to make a. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think it just comes down to. In the end, is can these guys make a living off of this? And not everybody can, so they have real life, kind of getting a real world job and doing it. Yeah, and that's
a lot of these
what
guys
happens.
Have
But
day jobs, and they need holiday time, and all sorts of. They're not pro racers like I guess a lot of the Americans are used to seeing or aspiring to be. It's you gotta pay your way, and if you're not a consistent world champion, it can be very difficult. But I do want to say, just Frank Lemke has corrected me that the Forgs are actually brother and sister. So they're not a couple. I mean, they are a couple in the sense that they are two people, but they are not a couple.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Hello, Andrew Bowman. How are you? We got Andre Duarte in the top, and Ryan Donovan says no muffins, just frosty beverages in September. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
All right, so we are on heat number 7. And out front is Martin Roca, followed by Erwin Labaroff from Switzerland, and Haro Sanero. Wow, Haro getting his there's Haro right there, actually. Car number 6. Mugen car, making the trip from Israel to race. I'll see him in the USA later on this month as well. But very nice young man with his father. Good to see him making the trip to come race the Euro Bs. He was at the Euro World Cup. E-Buggy World Cup in Guarda, which I saw pictures of you there, Matt, when you had a lot less gray hair in your hair. Yeah, hanging out the window.
A lot more color in his hair, you mean?
A young whippersnapper.
My beard used to be so much more gray. So much more dark than I met JQ. But there's Harold, there's his father giving him some fuel, and good stuff. I really, very nice young man, running a Mugen. All right, he is currently on a 3-lap. He has a 3-lap 227. So we'll see, and Roca's on a 3-lap 225. Let's see, are we following
car 8 now?
Car number 8, that is Laurent from France. Virgil Laurent. Oh, he just jumped onto that concrete curbing, and that got him all types of out of shape. Oh, we have a replay. Woohoo!
Just missed. I'll try to be faster next time.
Oh, okay. All right. So, still on board with the man from France, who's a junior. And out in the lead now is the man from Austria, Philipp de Zwart. I guess that's how you say it. Ooh, man, that person's getting all types of throttle happy. Ooh.
So I have a question from Crunchy D8 asking if there's any Nova engines at this event. Unfortunately, unless we have specific info on particular drivers. Don't really know. There's some drivers like Ongaro and Boots and others that we know that they're just like, sort of like contract drivers that always will be running a particular engine, but these drivers don't necessarily know. But there might be someone in comments if you have a specific driver in mind, or someone
I'm sure there is.
Comments might be able to. Yeah, I mean it's a pretty well known engine brand. So
I'm sure there's some. If there are people in the States running it, there are people here running it at some point. So Andrew Beaumont says, Mr. Windmill Hat. Actually, it's Pinwheel Hat. That's what it was, a pinwheel hat. His real name is Lee Carlton. He's the owner of Steven the Seagull. Now I need to go look up this Steven the Seagull thing.
Right. Yeah. Steven the Seagull on tour. And he's not quite hit the triple figure mark of followers. So go ahead and look him up on Facebook. He's probably on Instagram as well.
Oh, I got him. There we go. And there is somebody letting us know their pitch strategy. I think that's the gentleman that might be a part of Seismic. I'm not sure of his name.
Yeah, definitely wearing lots of Seismic gear.
No, it's Labarthe, the man from Switzerland who's currently in second. I assume that's his pit man, who's car number 12. And is he one of these? Because car number 8, and there's car number 9. So that's Holger Like right there, I think. Yep, that is Holger, who we talked to earlier, the younger of the Likey brothers. So we know that car now.
Will be the first driver that we spoke with, I believe.
Yes. Yes. Oh. Somebody getting punished.
Yeah, that was Javier's voice.
Yes. There's Adrian. Let's see who Adrian's pitting.
Yeah.
Number 11.
Yeah, I'm curious about that.
Oh, that was our man from Austria.
How do you know it's 11? Are they in specific... I don't see numbers on the pit.
He's pitting 10.
Oh, yeah, 10.
Finished car 12. Finished car 9. Finished car 8.
All right. So we are done. That was the warmed on clock. Okay, this is the clock in between. Up next, Group 8. So we're getting to some of these fast guys coming up.
Finished car 5.
So we're working our way through. We're going all the way up to Group 11 today. Just control practice, but it counts for a lot because it is the seeding, or it's even called reseeding in the Everlap system. So this will determine who is in which qualifying group and where in each qualifying heat they sit. So there's a lot at stake.
There's always something at stake.
Yeah, you want to
always
win qualifying, top qualifier, top practicer. All these things you want to be. All of these things.
Carlos Gomez is in the chat. He says, I sent all the material data from all the drivers. He says several Nova engines in her. And
Okay,
Martin
cool.
Olenka is in her. What's up, Martin?
Oh, yeah.
Martin, a very fast
Martin.
driver in his day as well.
Indeed. We'll have to have a look for this material data. Do we have material data we can reference? But yeah, good to see. Good to see. Thank you to all of our sponsors. This is the EFRA Nitro Buggy European Championship B. European Championship A is coming up very soon, in a matter of weeks, over in Chile at the Ongaro Ring. But for now, this is the Euros B, which has given us many fantastic races over the years. And so we'll be with you right through till Sunday, finals day, qualifying tomorrow. This is seeding day today. So don't go anywhere. We are with you for about a bit less than an hour. And so don't go anywhere. Thank you to X-Ray, to Techno, to Hot Race, Meebo Sport. You're all in one place. RC Shop, S-Works and T-Works. Couldn't do it without you guys. Go to EFRA.ws if you want to find out more about this kind of racing and find your national federation. That's the best way for you to get involved. If you're watching this wondering how can you take part, well, you need to find your national federation. Best way to do that is to go to EFRA.ws and through them find your local club and get started. That's what I would say.
If you want to take a step up from just bashing out in an open field and actually make the step into organized racing, EFRA.ws. Best way to do it. So Carlos Gomez from EFRA is telling us that there are 3 Nova engines in the field. There's Eric Besserell, Richard Corentin, and Luis Messe.
There we go.
7 minutes left.
Okay. What's up, Clay Keats? Hope you're doing well. Love your content that you and your daughter are producing on Instagram. Keep it up and keep her racing some Nitro. Carlos says top 24 will go to groups 11 and 10, and 25 to 48 will go to groups 9 and 8. Carlos, what about the watering? If I assume you're listening to this, we've heard that the watering makes it a little bit slower for some of those drivers. Will you guys manage that tomorrow? Let us know in the chat or via email. And we're up next, group number 8. And we are following. Let's see if I can pick it up one time, and I cannot. 4. Ooh, Endo.
So after this one, there'll be 3 more groups, and the reseeding will be complete, or control practice. And we'll see what the qualifiers are going to look like.
Car number 10, you have a faster car ready, please. Car 10. Thank you.
And you hear what I like to call the verbal blue flags being called by the referees.
All right, I think this is car number 6. If I'm correct, that is Jan Ribaga from Spain, who's currently in 11th. If this is car number 6, nope, we just switched to car number 11.
Yep.
Which is actually Peter Pirot from Austria, one of our juniors, but currently being scored down in 12th. But we have 5 minutes left to go to put in his 3 consecutive laps. Right now we have Zacharias Villalba, who's currently in the lead right now with a 3-lap 2:25. Right behind him, Tom Sartel for 3-lap 2:28. And Juan Fernandez with a 2:34. Ooh, somebody went for an off-track excursion safari. And he is on it. He is like, there is no in-between brakes and full throttle.
0% throttle to 100% throttle.
110%.
The track isn't grooving up as much as it did in round 2. I would assume that's because it's probably cooling down there a little bit. But we saw, I think, if I remember correctly, in group 2 and nearly this stage of the first round of seeding, we saw the track starting to groove up a little bit more. It's taking a little bit longer, so I wonder how that's going to affect these top guys going into their heats in the next 3 heats. So we shall see. But currently following car number 11, who is being scored in 12th.
Now Peter here needs to get some good laps in. He should be able to improve his score. He's just do some consistent laps, but it's getting those 3 laps in a row, all at in a row basically.
In car 7 now, Dan Robin.
Yes. Wonder if he's related to Tom Robin. Quite possibly. Could be. He is from France. If he's driving an Associated, definitely, but I cannot tell from here. And Carlos says that the track, so Miguelo did build this track. Okay, so he says according to the guru Miguelo, it will be faster with the water, but according to our drivers, it isn't. So, but then again, we shall see. He has an old purple Barney colored car out there. For those of you that know who old enough to know who Barney is, he's past my time, but I know all about him.
Is Barney not around anymore? It's all about
Barney doesn't love anybody right now,
or something, isn't it now?
I have no idea what's going on. preschool
I was a Sesame
TV
Street
content
kid, yeah.
Tom Sartel out front, just in front of Zacharias, and Dan Robin, who we're currently watching, is currently in 3rd. He's on a 3. He has a 3-lap 2:26. So first, 2nd, and 3rd only separated by just over a second, just under a second. But Dan Robin's looking pretty good. Is that an Associated? I cannot tell. I'm looking for. Oh, those concrete curbings are causing a lot of mayhem for these drivers.
It's going to be very interesting when the racers are they're going out in groups and actually competing side by side going into these corners. It's going to be pretty rough. Because if you get stuck on the inside, you just get launched. or you brake.
Yeah.
The inside curbs are just even more brutal.
Well, if you look at like the curbing that they had at Montpellier, it kind of, you can use it as part of the track and go fast.
Yeah.
Here it's a little different, some of the curbing. So you'll see. Who are we following now? A pink car. I bet you this is. Oh, I just missed it. Car number 4. Who is Jan Saladurades, if that is car number 4. Let me see.
What is this marshal doing? Can you talk to him again?
Oh, wow.
Jeez.
Oh, Stitson's, he's reprimanding the marshal.
I think we all heard that burn. Jeez.
It's car number 4.
This is car number 4 of
Oh
no. Oh, just wheel spin, not in the line. Couldn't get the traction on. Pace the jump.
Are we shaming marshals now? Surely not.
Oh no.
Surely we're not shaming the marshal that Stitson was just shouting about. I don't think so. Maybe this is just an example of good marshalship.
Ready to leap out of the chair.
Arms ready to launch him out of the chair at a moment's notice. He's enjoying himself. Look.
Yeah.
Young Harold from Israel.
There we go.
He's
alert. He remains alert.
When I first saw him at the E-Buggy World Cup, and he had the shades on, I sent a picture to Alexander Hagberg, and I said, look at your doppelganger. He looked very similar to Alex Hagberg with the shades on.
He's off-road Hagberg.
He laughed at me. Shout out to the doctor if he's watching this.
Absolutely.
He's probably watching.
Yeah, I don't think he's got time for off-road.
Yeah, he's home this week, I think. So he had some family visits. I was just talking to him earlier this week.
So Tom Sartell. What relation is he to John Perrick Sartell, who won the Euro E-Buggy in like 2018 or something?
I think they're like cousins.
Okay. The Sartell dynasty.
Isn't Jerome and Tom brothers or cousins?
Nephew, maybe? Tom?
Jerome was
John Perrick.
One.
I don't know. We get these things mixed up, don't we? We've already confused brother and sister.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we don't know. But we're asking now. We're asking Jerome to tell us what's happening. So we'll let you know on the family update there. But
I'll get the whole family tree.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Please.
Maybe
do.
Carlos knows. Carlos, what is Jerome and Tom Sartell? He's in the chat.
I mean, he will know.
I mean,
what is their relation? And Jerome, I believe, is the faster Sartell, right? Maybe there's another Sartell.
I think we should get Carlos on because he's basically commentating from the comments or commentating. It's a thing now.
Yes.
Which is great. Which is absolutely fantastic.
Statistics guy.
Exactly. Here's our statistics. And we do have the statistics now ready, which we will be able to refer to throughout the weekend, which is great.
Awesome.
Which is fantastic.
Carlos is on it.
Exactly. And there's us. Oh, look. There's our last guest. That's not the guest I was expecting.
No, unfortunately. I mean, great guest. Actually, series of guests.
Yeah.
4 guests in one.
Yeah. But no. Here we go.
Both Tom and John Perrick are Jerome's nephews.
The nephews.
Yes.
There you go. So that makes them cousins. That makes them
Unless they're brothers.
Unless
they're brothers. That is possible.
Oh, my goodness.
So here's my question. Is Jerome Sartell or Tom Sartell the S? Because one of the Sartells was at RCGP, if I'm not mistaken.
Jerome. That was Jerome. He
Okay, so
he worked for S-Works. Yes. Or was he? At least a major part of
and
the
someone
S-Works
else
team.
as mentioned in the chat.
Seb,
Thank you very much, Seb.
That's what's his name? The young racer from France. That's his father, I think. He runs S-Works as well. He was a name's on the tip of my tongue.
Who are we talking about? Sorry, I missed that.
Seb Muir is the father of another young fast racer from France. He runs S-Works. He was at RCGP England.
Okay.
You know his name. He was just at the E-Buggy Euros. Oh, man. He was good too.
Jerome was also racing at the E-Buggy Euros a few weeks back.
No, but when Muir...
Yeah.
Muir... Who are we missing? No. I looked at the comments for help and it did not come. But anyway, this is Group 9 on track.
Jerome is watching us right now.
Always good to watch you. Oh,
So
wow.
we have multiple answers, like from Jerome directly, and then Carlos is telling us, and then Seb Muir telling us also.
And then, can I do this?
Yeah.
This is, I don't know if this is going to work. Look, everyone, this is, oh, no.
Message from Jerome.
This is Jerome's TV at home. Jerome, what fantastic TV you have.
Thank you very much.
And what a great thing he chose to put on the TV.
Merci.
Merci
beaucoup.
Salut.
Oh,
Sorry.
Seb Muir is saying, no, I am not the father of Clement Boda. I'm just his mechanic.
Clement Boda.
That's what I was thinking of. Just his mechanic. Sorry, I couldn't get his name.
Are there any
Nice
other
young man.
RC relation questions that we can ask and have answered by the RC racing community? How amazing!
Let's get the Igor. Let's get the. It must be France and brothers, because then we can go talk about the Igons, right? Because isn't it two of them as well?
Yep, Jerome and Yannick.
Another Jerome.
Yannick. There you go.
That's a guy I want to interview.
So Jean-Pierre Sautel won the electric e-buggy Euros. It was his home track. I remember that.
I do.
That
yeah,
track,
yeah.
That track
that
had
coverage.
a very special toilet. I will say no more. I will say no more.
Is it the famed and feared toilet that the RCTV crew usually?
I've just been to Glastonbury and it was. No, but it was sawdust. It was a sawdust one, so that's a good, like a composting thing.
Okay.
So it's good in theory. It's good.
At the Glastonbury one?
Both.
Right. Okay.
There you go. Well ahead of their time. Back on track. It's Group 9.
We can always start talking about libraries. That's always a great topic.
No.
See what I mean? I knew you was going to get triggered by that.
We're following car number 1.
Now we're on car 6.
Car 6 is
car 6.
Carrasco. Let's see. That is Juan Guillermo Carrasco.
There you go.
Maybe related to Juan Carlos Carrasco. I mean, he looks very similar. I guess everybody we're going to think is related now because they have the same names. But it's a big world, and I'm sure that's a very popular name.
Is his full name Carrasco, the last name?
Yeah, but you don't usually have two Juans that are related that often, do you? We like the name Juan so much, we called both of our children Juan.
You know who's going to know the answer is Carlos.
Uncle, he might be a distant uncle. He might be related by, I don't know, third, fourth on the line. I don't know.
It could
I wonder
be in-laws.
I wonder if Canas is there though, considering it's in Spain.
We need a A-lister roll call. We know Angaro's there. We know Joao. Figueiredo's there.
Top driver spotter.
Yeah. Who else have we got there? And how useful are they in the pits? Because obviously a lot of these top drivers have mechanics to do the work for them anyway. So, surely
yeah, but I think that's more
that
just relaxing between races and not take stress off them. So, but I think that I'm not gonna. I just think it's a cool thing, like having that. Like I saw Angaro in the pits earlier. He was with Bertine, pitting one of those guys. It looked like so. I think it's cool. I think it's a way to interact with these guys and make them feel like a pro driver for a week or a weekend. So always a good thing. But right now we have Iago de la Iglesia out front from Spain, followed by Corentin Richard, who's running a Nova engine, according to Carlos. Luis Messi, another Frenchman, in third. Alejandro Gual in fourth, and Javier Leon in fifth. So it's Spain, France, France, Spain, Spain. Your top five. Ooh, somebody's car is running out of fuel in pit lane or very lean. And they got 3 minutes left to go, according to our timer.
I do wonder in this sort of heat where it's over 30 degrees, how lean the engines can run, because you need to have a certain amount of, cooling oil going through the engine. So that means you can't run them too lean when it's quite hot.
Okay. So Carlos says, no, they are not related. I think I know who you're talking about, Carlos. I think I saw him at IBC. And he says, no, they are not related. He says, Jose Zales, that kid, father and mother, both RC racers from 8-scale off-road. He's also a large-scale driver, so Jose Zales, but confirmed that the Carrasco is not related to JC3. By the way, that's his new nickname, JC3.
Yep. An officially ordained lefty nickname. Anyone who's anyone has got one.
Wow, thanks for that that nice spreadsheet you sent me, Matt, that I need my glasses for today.
Yeah. Well, this is the spreadsheet from Carlos, so you have it from the horse's mouth now. You have everything you need.
Oh, that's good. We have all the information. Perfect. Thank you, Carlos. I appreciate that. Okay, so we have Adrian Bertin, Yannick Igon, Elias is there, both Parente kids, Ongaro. Nice. Nicola's getting married this weekend.
What?
He
didn't mention that. I messaged them earlier today. I'm like, no, I'm not there. Not telling you why.
Did you expect an invite?
Congratulations, Nicola. And thank you, Hot Race, for the support.
Absolutely.
I talked to Nicola this week. He didn't think he was getting married.
Yeah, we're all, Maybe it's like a surprise elopement.
I would not want to be surprised and married.
Yeah, I don't want to be surprisingly unmarried.
I want to be surprised.
Indeed. Thank you to all of our sponsors, X-Ray, Hot Race, Meebo Sport, the all-in-one place, eShop for all your RC needs, S-Works, T-Works, and Techno RC. Fantastic to have all these guys on board. This is an EFRA event. EFRA.ws is your place to go. There is an EFRA broadcast channel, which is the perfect place to get some updates about everything that's happening here. Well, the key results that you want pushing through to your messenger. You need to join that broadcast channel, and you'll find it in the description of this live stream. And yeah, it'd be great to have you following that, and you'll stay a member of that group, and then you'll get more information about the A Euros in just a couple of weeks' time. So you'll be perfectly poised to be fully informed.
Yeah, you get information about not just the B Euros and these future top racers and the current top young racers, I would say. Because like I was saying before, we've got many current world and European racers in this category are previous winners of the B Euros, which we're watching.
Issues there for the Marc Deswat, car number 10, retiring. Just over a minute to go.
So the reason why Robert Battier isn't here is because he's the best man for Mr. Nicola Morone.
Wow.
This weekend. Oh my goodness. I mean, Nicola could have just been messaging us this information himself, but no.
Maybe we could
live stream.
Yeah, we could get
to
Robert.
His event.
Robert Battier could join us as he has done before. as a guest with his phone from the wedding. Can you imagine?
Amazing.
Maybe we can make it happen. Maybe. We'll see. That would be very special.
Alrighty. Oh, Group 10. Woohoo! Super fast guys coming up now.
Yeah.
There's Laura right there.
Where?
Right there, number one speed.
Is that him? Oh, yeah.
That is Laura. I like his shirt.
Who is he pitting for?
Let's find a green car. Clear wing. Looks to be an associated. Could be wrong.
Yeah.
Yep.
You wouldn't find someone in an associated shirt fueling a non-associated.
Well,
car.
he might be helping Matrix.
We can't. Okay. So remember, green car, clear wing.
Okay. Green and clear. A little bit of stuttering there on the stream coming to us from Spain, but I'm sure it will clear up momentarily as we get into the action. This is the penultimate group, guys. There are 11 groups. This is the penultimate one. Fastest guys are out next after this one. Let's find that green car. Let's find out who has the world champion, the two-time world champion, fitting for them.
Alrighty then.
Almost. Almost all cars have checked in now. Let's hit the track.
Lewis Jones. He still runs WIRC, I think. Bring up
Who's that? Brindley definitely does.
Yes. Lewis Jones was running it for a long time. I believe he still might be running.
There we go. That car 3 of Manuel Iniesta.
Manuel Iniesta. Let's see what Manuel can do. Dale, dale, Manuel.
What was that?
Vale, vale. It's a Spanish thing.
Go.
Vale, vale. And he is going. He is currently on a 2-lap 133. So let's see what he can do with this coming onto his 3rd lap. He is sending it over those big jumps out the back. Yeah, now that I knew this was a Mugello track, I can just tell his style of track from anywhere. Like, these track builders have their signatures, and this has Mugello written all over it.
Definitely see that dark line.
It's coming along right there in that corner, Frank.
Yeah.
Like on these corners, you can see it's starting to groove up a bit more.
And the little tiny pits and potholes starting to appear as well. Be curious if we can get any information from Carlos if they're going to be patching those holes or just let them be. Nice.
Carlos, will they be patching any holes or fixing the track at nighttime? Let us know in the chat. Por favor. We are following car number 7?
9 now, I think.
9?
They've just swapped, yeah. Oh, not good. Oh, stuck in the fence, it looks like, or out of view of the driver. Where's the marshal? Where's that green car with the clear wing? Haven't seen it.
car number 9 is the car of Billy Grinley, who we're following right now.
Okay, so this is a WIRC car.
IRC.
Previously known as WRC, but then the World Rally Federation, World Rally Championship kind of heard about it. Sent them a cease and desist.
Is that what happened?
Apparently.
Seriously. I just assumed that. I just made a joke about that happening. I didn't know if it really happened. Cool. He is currently scored. And Lewis Jones taking up that top spot. Let's see where Billy Grinley is. He's on a 2-3 lap 2:30. They got 4 minutes and 26 seconds. So, yeah, he's got time to better that after his pit stop. Let's see. So, group number 10. Let's see. You'll see which of these guys will bump up into that qualifying spot. But right now, we're following young Billy Grinley from the UK. We just had an interview with him. He was quite shy.
Yeah, he didn't really want to say all that much on camera.
Yeah, he was blushing and red as a cooked lobster when you were talking to him. Well, that could be from the sun as well, because I know
there is that.
The English don't do too well in the sun. Okay, so
some love it.
Carlos says they can patch, and the rules allow it tomorrow night as well.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah,
so,
not surprised
at that. Bad.
No, I mean they may just leave it for today, but and then see what it looks like tomorrow. But to be fair, I mean, like I said, all of these tracks they've been around for years and years, and in many cases decades at the same location. They know exactly how their dirt surface is going to wear over extended periods and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Carlos, how long has this track been here? Because honestly, I did not know about it till this week. So I'm just asking because he's in the chat, so he would know.
Yeah, he is answering like as we speak. So he's saying,
we're following
per my knowledge,
I think
Carlos says there's only 2 or 3 small holes that might need to be patched. So yeah, there's not much work, but usually we'll see a team of guys from the club go out and fix. Nail down the pipe work that surrounds the track and marks out the racing surface, and do things like add cones where it's needed or concrete barriers or anything. But it looks like I don't think we're going to need much of anything done after this.
To be honest, I only think they should patch like face of the jumps or something that's going to cause damage. If it's like, I hate blowing out. I don't mind a rough track. I just dislike blowing out faces of jumps because I like people to jump. I think that's the only thing I would fix. But otherwise, I think the track's holding up pretty good. We have 144 cars constantly running on it all day.
And they've had
it'd be interesting to see how it develops over qualifying.
Yeah. After this, they've had 5 runs each. So 144 cars, 5 runs, however many minutes and laps and everything. So it's doing pretty good. They know what they're doing.
Absolutely. And we are on board with Iniesta, I believe, that green car. Not the green car he was looking for, but
I think we just swapped over to the 12.
Okay, that's number 12. That is Carlos Fonseca from Portugal.
Yeah, a very familiar name
guy.
to our coverage. We've seen him quite a lot.
This isn't a clear wing now, is it? So it's not this one.
No. But the director or whoever is deciding the cars that are being covered is they're doing a pretty good job of swapping around and showing us different cars.
Ooh, he went in a little bit too hot just now and went sideways. Cost him quite
like a speedway pass going past him. Is this that might be a clear wing, but I don't think it's a green body behind.
That might be him.
It might be, but it's...
No.
It's got blue in it.
Yeah.
That's car number 7 of...
2.
Yeah, I think it was a 2.
That's Lewis Jones. Nope, sorry. That is Ivan Navarro.
So Carlos is saying the track has been here for 10 years. That's pretty good.
Okay, nice. Spain's got so many tracks right now. So many tracks.
Attention to individual finishes.
If I I think I want to Spain and Portugal. Two of the countries I want to live in. All right. The virtual air horn has sounded. Beep, 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 beep. And this is going to be the last bit of laps. And right now, Manuel Iniesta is out front. He has a 3-lap 2:20 on the board. Lewis Jones right behind him for 3-lap 2:21. And Navarro not too far behind him. Just under 5/10 behind, just under 6/10 behind Lewis Jones. So
Luca Lombardi, thank you very much for popping into the chat saying the green car with the clear wing is car number 11. So that is
okay, so that was
Cairoli.
Andrea
we should have guessed. It's the one Italian driver.
Yes,
of course. we are not great detectives.
We really should have known that. And the reason why we're looking for that one, if you missed it earlier before the race started, is because that is the car that David Ongaro, who is right there in that number 1 speed OS engine shirt, that's the one that he is helping mechanic for. And that is not David's dad.
Reigning world champion right there.
Yeah.
Davide Ongaro.
3-time
Probably
world champion.
2-time.
Well, in
2-time
Nitro Buggy.
scale, 1 time.
Yeah.
Quite possibly could make it 3-time 8-scale champion here in September. One of the favorites going on. Thank you, Luca, for the information.
Cool. We will be back in a few moments for the final group. We're
for
back.
the last and final group of racers going out for their reseating control practice. So it's the final run of the day. 9 minutes of intense 3 consecutive lap pre-qualifying seeding action. So these fastest 3 laps consecutive are going to set the qualifying order for everybody tomorrow. So we got some big names and some potential future big names in this one. We got David Todd is one of the ones that we talk about quite a bit. Iker Tellez, Bradley Baird, Eric Leike, Hugo Tavernon, Hugo Ibanez. So quite a few there, and many juniors. It looks like half the group are juniors. So as we were talking about earlier, many of the previous winners of the Euro Bs have gone on to become European and world champions in the Euro A's. Names like David Ronefal, Juan Carlos Canas, Ricardo Berton, Marco Barufalo, Ricardo Monteiro, Lee Martin, all these fairly major names, and also a lot of younger names. Remy Bermudez won last year, Max Gotzel, Daniel Bernabe, Mattia Palotto, and Mika Widmeyer. So you win this one, you're potentially on to very big things. So fastest 3 laps, consecutive, all in a row. And we'll see what happens here over the next 7 minutes. And you check your mute button, Lefty.
Sorry. So was just looking at the score. Iker, who no, I do that on the podcast as it is. We are currently on board with car number 3, who is I thought that was David Thorpe, but it's Hugo Ibanez, and this is that's Bradley Beard. I can tell that already. He has an antenna. So I know that is a JQ inspired car because it has an antenna to it. And I recognize his paint job, but Bradley right there, the young man from Ireland, has his own track there in RCN, the RCNI, I believe it's called.
That's awesome.
And he's been working on it very hard. And he's looking to get into the semis as well. But right now we have young Hugo Ibanez, I believe that's his first name, who's a junior, who's out front. And the time to beat is Iker's 3 laps 2:20 from their first round, if somebody wants to take TQ of reseeding practice, so to say. So let's see what happens with 5 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. They do have to come in for some fuel as we're back on board with Bradley Baird, who is currently scored in 9th. He's on a 3 lap 2:38 pace. And nobody really going faster right now than Iker's first time in round 1. Iker himself is having not a very good start to this race, but they have 5 minutes left to go to gather themselves and throw in their 3 consecutive laps. As we see somebody getting it all types of wrong right behind Bradley Beard, car number 9. That might be the person who got it all wrong, who is car number 6, which is Julius Scarui. Ciclodi, I think that's not how you say his name.
Good effort. Did get it out in the end.
It's like you just powered down while saying that.
All right. 36 juniors in this race, there's Carlos, and the Euro B hasn't been in place for 19 years.
Yeah, it's a really good system, and obviously works really well to we see this with things like karting and junior racing for motorcycles and stuff like that. It's if you have a step up to where you're not just dumped into a single massive group where everyone is racing against the pros from the start. It's a really good system, and obviously has worked very well, and arguably is one of the reasons why Europe has again arguably maybe the stronger selection of drivers than America.
I think their youth drive. Yeah, well, that's a whole 5-hour
that's
argument.
A whole podcast. Don't get him started.
But I do really applaud the. It seems to be that Italy, Spain. I was just talking about this. Italy, Spain, France, and the UK are producing some very fast young racers, and it's showing her. I mean, look at these guys. Iker now moving up our TQ. He's now in that 2:20 pace, and so is Mr. Matisse from Spain, from France. So let's see. I think it's a good thing. Promoting the youth is definitely something to help keep them motivated to do this. So always good to see.
And I mean,
it's not about youth because it's older guys there too. Oh, look, they're using some medium-sized tires.
Yeah, that's a pretty meaty lug on those. You could see for these sorts of track conditions, but. We'll get I'll try to get an update from Mark and a couple other people about the tire choices towards the end of the day. I mean, every country and region has its own way of doing things, which is all fine. But it's a bit of a shame that you only really see the racers come together and really compete head to head at things like the Worlds and a few of the really big U.S. races. It'd be nice if the U.S. Drivers could come over for some of the bigger races like Montpellier.
It would be nice if the European races could get together. It would be nice if the European races could get together and race more together. That's something that they lack, I think.
Races like the Dirt and Silver State and stuff like that. You mean?
Yeah. So in the USA, pretty much all the top drivers will go to all the big race, like the big major races, like the race time events, Joey's races, and a few others. Whereas I don't see that too much in Europe anymore. I do understand that the season is a little shorter. They also have national races going on as well. And Invisible Speed RC, who I assume is none other than a green-haired man from Finland, asked to see Bradley Bird, and we did show him earlier, but unfortunately,
we had quite a lot of him.
We did have him. If you just rewind a bit,
when he was doing well, we had him.
Yeah,
but unfortunately, we have no control of the cameraman there, so it's
so just scroll back to the beginning of this run, and you could see some of it.
Let's see, will this time be enough to beat Iker's time?
David Todd is leapt up from, I think Todd was running like 9th or 10th, and now he's popped up into 3rd.
That guy's fast, man.
Yeah.
He's good.
Telez, wow. 219.
Yeah, Telez is very good. Oh, 219. He's blast. He's ahead of his own time. So
it looks like he might TQ practice, or whatever you want to call it. Pre-TQ.
Well, I mean, it's all confidence, right?
Yeah.
Can you build on this confidence of doing well in practice and have it carry on to qualifying, right? So,
and just for anyone, I was just going to say, for anyone in the chat that might be talking about home field advantage, the track, I believe, has been closed for the previous 2 weeks before the Euros, which is a standard EFRA rule. So probably there is, I mean, there's lots of Spaniards here, so there probably is some home track knowledge, but yeah.
All right, but I think we are currently following. That might be Iker right there. That looks like his colors. Yep, he's green and white, and that's car number. Yep, that's Iker. Ooh.
Let's hope we still
coming from the.
Wow.
That was awesome. So Iker's young. He's about 15 years old, and he used to race 5th scale. That's how he started. 5th scale on road. His father used to race it, and he got into it. And they just recently got into off-road in the last 3 or 4 years, I believe. So.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Maybe less time. Driving that Techno car. Got on the Techno chassis at the end of 2023. And he is going to TQ seating practice.
Yeah.
Well done, Iker. There's his dad right there with the glasses on. There's Liam with Bradley Beard's car. There you go, Invisible Feet. There's Bradley Beard's car. Right there. Good to see Liam out there turning some wrenches and doing some stuff. That's good. Well done, Liam. Hope this happens more. Car number 1, there's David Todd. So let's have a look at how this is all going to wrap up.
Yeah. Okay, so if we refresh the reseeding, so everyone went faster except for Hugo Tavernon. Everyone went faster in the top 10 at least. Everyone went faster in the round 2 than round 1, except for Hugo Tavernon. There's 2 different Hugos. So yeah, overall top qualifying seed, I suppose, is Iker Telez, and then we have Matisse Payer, Manuel Iniesta Hernandez, David Todd, Lewis Jones, Hugo Ibanez, Ivan Navarro, Hugo Tavernon, Julius Ciclodi, Gabriel Astorino, and that's the top 10.
Wow.
So very good. Excellent results for everyone there.
Absolutely. The track is closed for the day. How did you enjoy day 1, Keenan?
It was good. Besides being 2 hours too early, it was great.
You think this was early?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, no, he was getting ready for tomorrow.
So tomorrow we kick off 8 a.m. Spanish time, 7 a.m. UK time. God knows what time, Dominican Republic time, but very early, incredibly early. And it's going to be a great day, I think. It's qualifying all day. How many rounds of qualifying?
4. 4 rounds of qualifying with 2 to count.
Let's have a look.
Unless I get corrected by Carlos in the chat. But I believe that from my reading of the rules that it seems to be what it is.
Yep. 4 rounds of qualifying. They start at 8, 10:23. Then there's a lunch break. And then 1:15. And then 20 to 4. Finishing the day tomorrow. Oh, we finish the day tomorrow with some finals. So we'll have 4 rounds of qualifying. Plus we'll have we have one 5-12 final. And then we kick into A and B finals for... Oh, no, we don't. We have a 5-12 final, A and B, a 2-5-6 final, A and B, and a 1-2-8 final, A and B. And then Sunday it's a busy one with 64 all the way down to main, plus junior, a 40 plus, and Lefty's favourite, a last chance, which we'll be also having on Sunday.
I'll see you.
It'll be good. It will be good. Any final thoughts, Lefty? Will we leave these good people?
I want to thank everybody for joining us in the chat. It's been entertaining. Thank you, Carlos, for giving us the information. Thank you, ACAR, for their hard work, putting the film crew there doing what they got to do. And we look forward to bringing you guys some more English narrated coverage tomorrow. So I look forward to that.
Indeed, you can. If you prefer it in Spanish, you can get it on the ACAR YouTube channel. We're doing the English feed. It's like the Olympics. We're doing the English feed over here on RC Racing TV. We are broadcasting also to EFRA.ws, and it's been our pleasure to broadcast to you all day today. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you to X-Ray, Hot Race, Mebo Sports, your all-in-one place eShop, S-Works, T-Works, Techno RC. I've been Matt McCallum, Frank McKinney to my side. Thank you to Keenan. We'll see you very, 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 very early tomorrow morning.